Chapter 656. This sudden unexpected change in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yang's face under the black robe to abruptly change drastically. He did not expect that this ancient towering tree in front of him, which appeared to be quite old, was actually a living one. However, in the face of the numerous arrows that were shot at him from behind, Xiao Yang could no longer react in time. Even if he were to turn around at this moment, he would not be able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. Damn it! Xiao Yang cursed unwillingly in his heart. He could only wildly circulate the Do Qi within the vortex in his body, hoping that he would be able to use this to block the numerous jade-green arrows behind him. At this moment, under the black robe, the narwhal snake that was clinging onto Xiao Yang's arm suddenly moved. Compared to Xiao Yang, as a magical beast, it was always filled with reverence toward this world. In this world, as long as it was around, it would be able to react at any time no matter how sudden the attack was. At this moment, especially when it was related to Xiao Yang's accident, the narwhal snake did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The instant the dozen arrows were shot at it, the narwhal snake under the black robe suddenly twisted its body. Although its body appeared to have shrunk by more than 1,000 times, its strength did not change at all. On the contrary, due to its shrunken body, the speed at which it attacked seemed to have become even faster. In the next instant, just as the flame Do Qi was ignited on the surface of Xiao Yang's body, a blood-colored glow suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yang's sleeve. In an instant, it shattered all the arrows that were shot at him. After doing all this, the narwhal snake's seemingly small body suddenly twisted and appeared in the air beside Xiao Yang. A pair of bright ruber-like eyes stared at the giant tree that had completely come to life in front of it. A murderous intent surged from deep within its eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yang by the side also recovered. His gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at the small snake that was floating in the air beside him. Immediately, the instant he looked at the giant tree in front of him, the expression in his eyes also became icy cold. So it's alive. Xiao Yang's gaze sized up this enormous towering tree in front of him as he spoke in an extremely dense tone. After Xiao Yang spoke, the petite narwhal snake by the side also spat out its scarlet tongue. Its exquisite body trembled slightly. Immediately, a terrifying aura erupted from its body and instantly descended upon the world around it. The powerful aura and coercion directly bent the tall and straight body of the giant tree in front of them. Compared to the ordinary trees around them, the tree in front of them was obviously a living tree with spiritual intelligence. It was also a type of magical beast. Naturally, it would be oppressed by the aura of the narwhal snake. Roar. Damn it, you and I are both magical beasts, but you actually chose to help this human. Suddenly, a pair of dark green eyes that were filled with anger opened on the trunk of the giant tree in front of them. At the same time, a furious voice was transmitted from the so-called tree hole. H. Although you and I are both magical beasts, what right do you have to be compared to me? A disdainful cold snort was emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Immediately, the aura and coercion that enveloped the world became even more terrifying following the narwhal snake's cold snort. At this moment, the emerald leaves on the giant tree in front of them began to fall one after another. Roar. An unwilling roar was emitted from the tree hole in front of Xiao Yang. However, under the terrifying aura and coercion of the narwhal snake, the ancient tree was once again threatened by the coercion. Currently, the narwhal snake's strength had reached the level of an advanced 1-star Do Di after swallowing the monster core. On the other hand, the ancient tree in front of them only had the strength of an initial 1-star Do Di. In front of the narwhal snake, the ancient tree could not even unleash 1/10 of its usual strength. Even so, the ancient tree in front of them continued to struggle unwillingly following the repeated roars. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang, who had not opened his mouth all this while, slowly lifted his eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at the giant tree in front of him. The expression in his eyes did not reveal the slightest fear because of the latter's huge body. On the contrary, a cluster of brilliant flames gradually rose deep within Xiao Yang's pupils. Puff. Following a sudden puff sound, the narwhal snake and the enormous ancient tree in front of them finally noticed that Xiao Yang had unknowingly raised his right hand. His white palm appeared bright red under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, a cluster of brilliant flames the size of a fist curled and rose in the air above Xiao Yang's palm. The instant this cluster of flames rose, the narwhal snake and the towering ancient tree in front of them immediately realized that the temperature between heaven and earth had instantly become scorching hot. This is a heavenly flame. Faced with the heavenly flame, the ancient tree could not help but let out a terrified voice despite its strength being at the Do-Di level. As a tree, it did not have much resistance against flames. Even though its strength had reached the Do-Di level, it did not have the slightest ability to retaliate under the pressure of the narwhal snake's aura. Once Xiao Yang by the side was added, the heavenly flame would only need to ignite a part of the ancient tree's trunk. Following which, the entire tree would be ignited. At that time, even if the narwhal snake did not intervene, it would still undoubtedly die. Now, do you still wish to attack me? Xiao Yang's eyes were cold. His words did not contain the slightest emotion. No, human. No, sir, how would I dare to attack you? As long as you can keep it, I will listen to you. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with shock and fear. Faced with Xiao Yang's words, the ancient tree no longer dared to have the slightest resistance. It did not think that it had the ability to block the might of the heavenly flame. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake beside Xiao Yang involuntarily parted its mouth and smiled. However, this smile appeared quite horrifying. Xiao Yang also glanced over and smiled in a non-committal manner. Turning his gaze back to the enormous tree in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes once again became bone-chillingly cold. He waved the heavenly flame in his hand and flicked his finger. Over 10 flame lights landed on the ground around the enormous tree like meteors. In an instant, the weeds on the emerald green ground were immediately turned into ashes. However, under the control of Xiao Yang's mind, the frightening might that could incinerate everything did not spread. Even so, this scene still caused the ancient tree to emit a trembling low roar. We are going to spend the night here. During this period of time, if there is any noise that disturbs us, those weeds will be your vanguard. After coldly uttering these words, Xiao Yang took a step forward. There was not the slightest bit of worry in his heart as he walked into the tree hole in front of him. Behind him, the exquisite body of the narwhal snake also followed closely behind. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the enormous tree in front of it and its mouth emitted a cold chuckle. Soon after, it also entered the tree hole in front of it, leaving behind the terrified ancient tree. Not only was it unable to sleep at night, but it also had to carefully guard Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake who had entered the tree hole. It really wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 657. Narwhal Snake. Seeing this enormous creature in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes instantly hardened. Soon after, the expression on the face under the black robe also became stunned at this moment. Roar. Human, this is my territory. If you don't want to die, get lost. Otherwise, I will swallow you alive. Although Xiao Yang recognized the narwhal snake in front of him, the current Xiao Yang was wearing a black robe. With this black robe blocking his aura, even the narwhal snake, which had met him once before, was unable to recognize the identity of the person in front of it. A thunder-like roar was emitted from the narwhal snake's bloody mouth. Immediately, the space where Xiao Yang was standing began to tremble intensely. Wave-like spatial ripples swept out in all directions. Waves of buzzing sounds were emitted. The invisible energy was like a storm that violently attacked Xiao Yang. In response to this, Xiao Yang's face involuntarily revealed an astonished expression under the black robe. In less than 2 years, the strength of this big fellow in front of him had actually surprisingly reached the level of a Do-Di. This was really surprising. Although the current narwhal snake's strength had already reached the level of a Do-Di, Xiao Yang felt a lot more relaxed in his heart when facing it. Xiao Yang allowed the hurricane to blow away the doping on his head. His body, which was standing in the same spot, did not move even a little. His handsome face carried a shallow smile as his gaze warmly eyed the enormous being in front of him. An elite Do-Di was an expert who no one dared to underestimate within the remains. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang had ended up in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Soon after, when the narwhal snake in front of him clearly saw the face of the tiny ant-like human in front of it, the pupils of the huge scarlet beast eyes of the narwhal snake suddenly shrunk. The part of its body that was exposed on the surface of the lake could not help but retreat a little. "You, aren't you? Hee, old friend, it has been a long time since we last met." Xiao Yang parted his mouth and laughed when he saw the huge snake in front of him, revealing a seemingly frightened manner. Roar. Soon after, the huge snake in front of Xiao Yang suddenly roared at the sky. Immediately, its huge body suddenly charged out of the lake under Xiao Yang's stunned gaze. It coiled around Xiao Yang's body and surrounded him in the middle. As for the incarnation and the Northern King, they were left to the side in a daze. Cough cough, seeing the huge snake in this manner, even with Xiao Yang's character, he could not help but reveal an embarrassed smile on his face. Could it be that this big fellow in front of him still remembered how he had toyed with it in order to practice the sky's absolute sky step and wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge? Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's heart suddenly sank. The development of this situation was different from what he had imagined. Soon after, however, Xiao Yang's heart was about to involuntarily act when the whale snake that was surrounding him suddenly let out a loud woo-woo cry. From the sound of that voice, it was as though it had seen its savior. Roar. "Xiao Yang, how did you enter this lousy place?" A rough voice that was filled with surprise was emitted from the narwhal snake's mouth. The thunder-like sound caused the entire space to tremble intensely. After hearing these words, the expression on Xiao Yang's face swiftly calmed down. At the same time, surprise involuntarily surged into his heart. From what he remembered, he seemed to have only mentioned his name once to this fellow in front of him. The thing that caused Xiao Yang to be surprised was that the narwhal snake was actually able to call out his name without any hesitation. However, Xiao Yang immediately withdrew his thoughts. In his heart, he quietly guessed that perhaps the narwhal snake in front of him had a good memory. Soon after, he explained to the narwhal snake in front of him how he had entered the remains. After Xiao Yang's explanation, the huge snake in front of him nodded repeatedly. In the end, Xiao Yang also looked up at the narwhal snake in front of him with a curious face and asked in a puzzled tone, "What about you? How did you enter this ruin?" When the outside world saw the Scarlet Lake for the first time, the first thought in Xiao Yang's mind was that it was the blood of the huge snake in front of him. But now, it seemed that all this was not the case. "I came here a few months ago. I came in a few months ago. At that time, a group of humans found the ruins at the bottom of the lake, so they chased me away. When I returned there, other than a hole at the bottom of the lake, those human experts had disappeared. I was curious, so I entered the hole, and then came here. But I didn't expect that not long after I came in, the ruins were completely closed. After that, I accidentally came to this ancient forest and found that the guy on the shore was on the verge of death. Hey." At this point, the huge snake laughed. Its voice was so ear-piercing that it made Xiao Yang's scalp tingle. "I discovered that the monster core in this fellow's body was still considered complete. In order to not waste his strength, I could only help him keep it. Hee. At this point, Xiao Yang finally understood. No wonder the strength of the narwhal snake had actually reached the level of a 1-star Do Di from an initial 9-star half-emperor in just 2 years. Xiao Yang sighed and smiled. At the same time, the huge snake in front of him also recovered at this moment. A pair of huge scarlet eyes stared at Xiao Yang in front of him as it asked in a rough voice, "Since you said that this ruin has been completely opened, can you help me leave this place?" Although there were many natural treasures in this ancient forest, this place was ultimately a man-made space. Compared to this place, the outside world was where the strong lived. The narwhal snake was one of the higher bloodlines among the snake-type magical beasts. Deep in its bones, it could not tolerate being restricted. Only the outside world could allow it to feel freedom and strength. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression was slightly startled. Immediately, a glint flashed in his dark black eyes. He nodded to the narwhal snake in front of him and smiled. "Ha ha, this is naturally not a problem. To be able to travel with a Do Di is something that I wish for." Xiao Yang's words were indeed true. Currently, Sun Hanshi had yet to die. It was likely that the members of the 4 great clans already knew that Xiao Yang was in the ruins. During this trip, it was extremely likely that his identity had already been exposed. If he was able to travel with this big fellow in front of him, Xiao Yang would be able to reduce a lot of pressure on his subsequent journey. However, matters of the future could be discussed later. Everything was more important in the present. Before this, Xiao Yang still had something that he had yet to settle. Standing in front of the lake, Xiao Yang's gaze passed over the surface of the lake in front of him. Finally, it landed on the center of the lake, on the jade-like white fruit tree. That was the soul-consolidating fruit tree. Chapter 658. Looking at the soul-consolidating fruit tree on the island in the middle of the lake, even with Xiao Yang's temperament, he could not help but feel a surge of fiery emotions in his heart. After searching bitterly for such a long time, the soul-consolidating fruit had finally appeared in front of his eyes. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Yang's body moved. With the narwhal snake following behind him, they had already appeared on the island in the blink of an eye. Looking at the soul-consolidating fruit that was almost within reach, Xiao Yang's emotions became even more excited. Unknowingly, his face had become a little flushed. Standing beside the soul-consolidating fruit tree, Xiao Yang's eyes carefully sized up the soul-consolidating fruit tree in front of him. A ray of astonishment flashed across the depths of his eyes. He could not help but feel astonished by the creation divine art of heaven and earth. The trunk of the fruit tree was only as thick as an adult's arm. As the branches intertwined, they extended out like vines, outlining a strange silhouette. If one were to look at it from afar, one would realize that the posture of the entire tree was like a child laughing foolishly. This is the soul-consolidating fruit tree. Looking at the soul-consolidating fruit tree in front of him, Xiao Yang could not help but click his tongue in amazement. In this slightly fluctuating tone of his, it was not difficult to hear that Xiao Yang was suppressing a sense of ecstasy in his heart. Quickly following this, Xiao Yang's eyes, which had a glow lingering over them, continued to slowly shift downwards. As his gaze descended, he saw that in the child's hands, there was a completely snow-white fruit that was as smooth as jade. It was emitting a bright milky white glow as it stood there leisurely. The smooth fruit was perfectly round and shaped like a precious pearl. There was not a speck of dust on it, and it emitted a faint exotic fragrance that made one feel relaxed and happy. Even one's spirit would be raised by several times in an instant. Soul-consolidating fruit. Finally seeing the thing that he had been thinking about the most for a long time, Xiao Yang felt a little helpless in his heart for a moment. Hey, I didn't touch this thing. I kept it for you. At this moment, behind Xiao Yang, the huge narwhal snake moved its huge head closer to observe the small tree that was as small as a grass stamen in its eyes. When it looked at the soul-consolidating fruit, there was a hint of desire in its eyes. However, in the end, the narwhal snake kept its thoughts away. Upon hearing the whale serpent's words, Xiao Yang could not help but be slightly stunned. Soon after, he also thought of this point. Indeed, if the narwhal serpent was willing, it could have swallowed this soul condensation fruit before the ruins opened. However, he did not expect that it would actually keep it until now and even say such words. You deliberately left this for me. Xiao Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the whale serpent behind him, asking in a puzzled voice. Hey, this thing is useless to me even if I swallow it. What use do I have for it? However, I know that you are an alchemist and should be able to use it. I left this thing for you, you can help me refine pills. Hey, Xiao Yang came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. From the looks of it, this enormous beast in front of him was not a fool. Since it was able to think of Xiao Yang, it naturally had its own thoughts. I didn't know if there would be any harm in plucking this fruit directly, so I didn't dare to pluck it. I didn't expect you to come here, hey. The narwhal snake laughed foolishly. Although its laughter was terrifying, Xiao Yang had gradually gotten used to it. He gave the narwhal snake a grateful smile. Although the narwhal snake had its own plans for doing so, no matter what, the one who benefited the most from this was still Xiao Yang. Just based on this point, Xiao Yang felt that the huge snake in front of him was enough to make him feel grateful. Otherwise, if it had really swallowed this condensing soul fruit, he wouldn't have been able to wait until now. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yang looked at the condensing soul fruit tree in the middle of the small island. He couldn't help but feel thankful for the condensing soul fruit. The narwhal snake was right. The safekeeping of the condensing soul fruit wasn't that simple. If it was directly plucked using the usual method, the result would be the rapid loss of the spiritual energy within the condensing soul fruit. Unless it was swallowed and refined on the spot, it would turn into a rotten fruit and the spiritual energy within it would naturally dissipate. In order to pluck such a high-grade natural treasure, the only way was to use some similarly high-quality jade artifacts. The spiritual energy contained within the condensing soul fruit was extremely pure. It was also because of this that the condensing soul fruit couldn't be tainted at all. In order to perfectly preserve the spiritual energy within it and prevent it from dissipating, one had to use jade artifacts that didn't contain any impurities. Xiao Yang didn't know how long he had been looking forward to this day. With regards to this scene in front of him, he didn't know how many times he had imagined it in his heart. As for those high-quality jade artifacts, he was naturally prepared. Walking in front of the condensing soul fruit tree, Xiao Yang flipped his palm. Suddenly, a crystal-clear jade dagger appeared in Xiao Yang's palm. He held the dagger tightly in one hand. At the same time, a light flashed in his other hand and a jade box made of the same material appeared in his hand. With the combination of the two, it was able to ensure that the condensing soul fruit would be kept in the jade box the moment it was separated from the condensing soul fruit tree. This was the most perfect way to preserve the spiritual energy within the condensing soul fruit. Slowly squatting down in front of the condensing soul fruit tree, Xiao Yang carefully controlled the dagger with one hand to approach the stem between the condensing soul fruit tree and the condensing soul fruit tree. At the same time, his other hand held the jade box and placed it below the condensing soul fruit. After which, he used the dagger in his hand to gently cut the condensing soul fruit from the stem. Without the infusion of Do Qi, a jade dagger normally wouldn't be able to hurt anyone. However, at this moment, facing this condensing soul fruit tree, Xiao Yang didn't even use any strength and the condensing soul fruit tree completely separated from the condensing soul fruit tree. Immediately after, it fell into the jade box below. Immediately, Xiao Yang's mind moved. The jade box that he had prepared earlier hurriedly rose into the air and perfectly sealed the jade box. After ensuring that the condensing soul fruit within was not damaged at all, Xiao Yang finally exhaled softly. He hugged the jade box with both hands. The wild joy in his heart was completely displayed on his face. Xiao Yang carefully stored the jade box into his storage ring. Only after everything was prepared did he stand up. Immediately, Xiao Yang felt that an enormous rock in his heart had finally been completely removed. Deep within his heart, he was finally able to breathe. Haha, I've finally gotten it. Let's go. Since we're here, let's take a look at the depths of these remains. With a soft laugh, Xiao Yang's face was filled with joy. Even the narwhal snake beside him also let out a happy low roar. After being trapped here for so long, it could finally leave. However, just as Xiao Yang was about to move, Ling Tian's body paused slightly in the air. His mouth laughed as he slowly turned his body in front of the confused large eyes of the whale snake by the side. He looked at the dead snake on the shore. Even though a Do Di class magical beast was dead, its value was still quite high. Even other elite Do Di would be moved by it. In front of Xiao Yang, how could he easily let go of such a huge gold mine? Chapter 659. After Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake had left the lake for a long time, quite a number of elite Do Di finally arrived one after another. However, all they saw was an empty lake. This place and the spirit-gathering fruit had already been taken away by someone. This place was still empty. This is the spirit-gathering fruit tree. Don't tell me that the spirit-gathering fruit has appeared here. Some of the elite Do Di who had arrived also recognized the small tree when they saw it. Immediately, numerous words that were filled with surprise were emitted from the mouths of the elite Do Di present. Soon after, they turned into numerous helpless sighs. At the same time, Xiao Yang was also swiftly traversing through the mountain forest alone at a certain spot within the ancient forest. His body, which was wrapped in a black robe, was just like a dark black arrow that instantly passed through the empty space. A soft buzzing sound was emitted one after another from the adjacent towering ancient trees. With Xiao Yang's incomparably fast speed, it caused those sounds to sound as though they were one. At this moment, The narwhal snake had transformed its body in order to not attract the attention of the various experts within the forest. It had become a mini snake that was only a couple of inches long. It clung to Xiao Yang's arm under the black robe. Under the cover of the black robe, no one could discover the powerful magical beast that was hidden under the black robe. The vastness of the ancient forest caused Xiao Yang to be destined to stay in this place for a couple of days. However, this was also good. In this way, Xiao Yang would be able to recover his strength as much as possible before he reached the deeper regions of the remains. This would also allow Xiao Yang to have more confidence in competing with the people from the 4 great clans in this remains. During the journey, Xiao Yang had naturally seen quite a number of elite Do Di who were resting. These people were different from those elite Do Di. As Do Di, most of them traveled alone. Their powerful strength was sufficient to allow them to face various dangers alone. Of course, this was only a partial explanation. Perhaps it was because of their great strength that they became even more afraid of death, causing them to no longer trust anyone. Blindly being cautious had caused them to lose something more important than strength. The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes under the black robe was indifferent in the face of these various gazes that were filled with caution. He was already used to such people. Naturally, he would not feel anything. On the other hand, the narwhal snake that was currently climbing on Xiao Yang's arm carefully glanced at the gazes of those people in the outside world. Even though it was a magical beast, its heart could not help but feel a chill. These humans. Aren't they a little too scary? Their eyes even scare us magical beasts. You humans say that magical beasts are scary, but in my opinion, you humans are the scariest. A soft voice was transmitted into Xiao Yang's ears. From these words, Xiao Yang did not hear any intention of joking. It was completely cold ridicule and ridicule. Xiao Yang's flying body suddenly became sluggish when he heard this. This small change immediately attracted the gazes of those strong people. A mysterious black-robed person whose strength they could not see through. This person did not allow them to be careless in their hearts. Of course, while these people were on guard against Xiao Yang, this mysterious person, everyone was naturally on their guard against each other. Currently, all of them were competitors within these remains. As the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. There were only a few treasures that could catch the eye of a Do Di. Other than the 4 great clans, the amount of profit that the Do Di present could get was even more pitiful. Hence, these people would often treat others as prey. It was also because of this that almost everyone had such thoughts in their hearts. Naturally, they would be even more careful and cautious with each other. Of course, this kind of atmosphere was destined to not be maintained for long. This was because as long as an opportunity appeared, a treasure that could move all the Do Di's heart, appeared in front of these people, this group of people would immediately turn into a pack of hungry wolves. They would crazily bite and snatch without caring about anything else. Humph humph, Xiao Yang's nose involuntarily emitted a cold laugh as he glanced at the many elite Do Di present. That's right, it was just like what the narwhal snake had said. Sometimes, once a human became terrifying, even the magical beast race, which was synonymous with ferocity, would have to temporarily hide. At the very least, from the looks of it at this moment, the narwhal snake that resided on Xiao Yang's arm was still worthy of Xiao Yang's trust. It was not like this group of people in front of him. Once he revealed a wound to them, not only would he not receive the care that a human should receive, but he would instead cause them to reveal rows of bloodthirsty shark-like teeth. Xiao Yang's gaze indifferently swept over the many elite Do Di who were currently seated cross-legged in the forest. The eyes under the black robe flickered slightly. Immediately, his body moved and flew toward the deep regions of the mountain forest. When Xiao Yang's figure completely disappeared from their sight, those elite Do Di who were seated cross-legged in the forest withdrew their pair of cautious eyes. Immediately, they swept over the other people around them. The cautious expression in their eyes did not decrease but instead increased. A moment later, Xiao Yang raised his head and watched the sky that was gradually becoming dark in the mountain forest. The special envoy could not help but frown slightly. No wonder those elite Do Di would gather in one place. The ancient forest at night was likely the most dangerous time. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang took in a deep breath. His gaze randomly swept across the mountain forest. After a few breaths, the gaze under the black robe locked onto a remote tree hole. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately, his body moved. In the next moment, Xiao Yang's figure had already appeared in front of the tree hole. Most of the ancient trees in the ancient forest had a cross-section that was a few feet long. At this moment, the ancient tree in front of Xiao Yang was even larger. Therefore, standing in front of this tree hole, Xiao Yang seemed to be standing in front of a natural villa. Just by looking at it from the outside, the size of this tree hole was enough for more than 100 people to stand there at the same time. Furthermore, there was only Xiao Yang at this moment. Haha, I did not expect that I would actually encounter such a natural place in this deep mountain forest. Xiao Yang smiled. Without thinking much, he took a step forward and was about to step into this tree hole. However, at this moment, in front of Xiao Yang, this huge tree that could support the sky actually began to move. In an instant, this ancient tree appeared to have come alive. The numerous vines on the ground immediately stood up like numerous large snakes. Green Do Chi instantly spat out from the vines, transforming into numerous dark green arrows that shot explosively toward Xiao Yang. At the same time, under the black robe, the expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed drastically at this moment. Chapter 660. This sudden unexpected change in the battleground caused the expression on Xiao Yang's face under the black robe to abruptly change drastically. He did not expect that this ancient towering tree in front of him, which appeared to be quite old, was actually a living one. However, in the face of the numerous arrows that were shot at him from behind, Xiao Yang could no longer react in time. Even if he were to turn around at this moment, he would not be able to avoid being hit in a vital spot. Damn it! Xiao Yang cursed unwillingly in his heart. He could only wildly circulate the Do Chi within the vortex in his body, hoping that he would be able to use this to block the numerous jade-green arrows behind him. At this moment, under the black robe, the narwhal snake that was clinging onto Xiao Yang's arm suddenly moved. Compared to Xiao Yang, as a magical beast, it was always filled with reverence towards this world. In this world, as long as it was around, it would be able to react at any time no matter how sudden the attack was. At this moment, especially when it was related to Xiao Yang's accident, the narwhal snake did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The instant the dozen arrows were shot at it, the narwhal snake under the black robe suddenly twisted its body. Although its body appeared to have shrunk by more than 1,000 times, its strength did not change at all. On the contrary, due to its shrunken body, the speed at which it attacked seemed to have become even faster. In the next instant, just as the flame Do Chi was ignited on the surface of Xiao Yang's body, a blood-colored glow suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yang's sleeves. In an instant, it shattered all the arrows that were shot at him. After doing all this, the narwhal snake's seemingly small body suddenly twisted and appeared in the air beside Xiao Yang. A pair of bright ruber-like eyes stared at the giant tree that had completely come to life in front of it. A murderous intent surged from deep within its eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yang by the side also recovered. His gaze was filled with gratitude as he looked at the small snake that was floating in the air beside him. Immediately, when he turned to look at the giant tree in front of him, the expression in his eyes also became icy cold. So it's alive. Xiao Yang's gaze sized up this enormous towering tree in front of him as he spoke in an extremely dense tone. The moment Xiao Yang's words were uttered, the small narwhal snake by the side also extended its scarlet snake tongue. Its exquisite body trembled slightly. Immediately, a frightening aura erupted from its body and instantly descended upon the area around it. The powerful aura and coercion directly bent the tall and straight body of the giant tree in front of them. Compared to the ordinary trees around them, the tree in front of them was obviously a living tree with spiritual intelligence. It was also a type of magical beast. Naturally, it would be oppressed by the aura of the narwhal snake. Roar. Damn it, you and I are both magical beasts, but you actually chose to help this human. Suddenly, a pair of dark green eyes that were filled with anger opened on the trunk of the giant tree in front of them. At the same time, a furious voice was transmitted from the so-called tree hole. Although you and I are both magical beasts, what right do you have to be compared to me? A disdainful snort was emitted from the mouth of the narwhal snake. Immediately, the aura and coercion that enveloped the world became even more terrifying following the snort of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the emerald green leaves on the giant tree in front of them began to fall one after another. Roar! An unwilling roar was emitted from the tree hole in front of Xiao Yang. However, under the terrifying aura and coercion of the narwhal snake, this ancient tree was once again threatened by the coercion. Currently, the strength of the narwhal snake had reached the level of an advanced 1-star Do Di after swallowing the monster core. On the other hand, the ancient tree in front of them only had the strength of an initial 1-star Do Di. In front of the narwhal snake, this ancient tree could not even unleash 1/10 of its usual strength. Even so, the ancient tree in front of them continued to struggle unwillingly following the repeated roars. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang, who had not opened his mouth all this while, slowly lifted his eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at the giant tree in front of him. The expression in his eyes did not reveal the slightest fear because of the latter's huge body. On the contrary, a cluster of brilliant flames gradually rose deep within Xiao Yang's eyes. Puff! Following a sudden puff sound, the narwhal snake and the enormous ancient tree in front of them finally noticed that Xiao Yang had unknowingly raised his right hand. His white palm appeared bright red under the afterglow of the setting sun. At this moment, above Xiao Yang's palm, a cluster of brilliant flames the size of a fist rose in spirals. The instant this cluster of flames rose, the narwhal snake and the towering ancient tree in front of them immediately realized that the temperature between heaven and earth had instantly become scorching hot. This is a heavenly flame. Faced with the heavenly flame, this ancient tree could not help but emit a terrified voice from within the tree hole even though its strength had reached the level of a Do Di. As a tree, it did not have much resistance against flames. Even though its strength had reached the level of a Do Di, it did not have the slightest ability to retaliate under the pressure of the narwhal snake's aura. Once Xiao Yang by the side was added and the heavenly flame was unleashed, as long as a part of the ancient tree's trunk was ignited, it would immediately ignite the entire tree. At that time, even if the narwhal snake did not attack, it would still undoubtedly die. Now, do you still wish to attack me? Xiao Yang's gaze was cold. His words did not contain the slightest emotion. No, human. No, sir, how would I dare to attack you? As long as you can keep it, I will listen to you. A pair of dark green eyes were filled with shock and fear. Faced with Xiao Yang's words, this ancient tree no longer dared to have the slightest resistance. It did not think that it had the ability to block the might of the heavenly flame. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake beside Xiao Yang also involuntarily parted its mouth and smiled. However, this smile appeared quite horrifying. Xiao Yang also glanced over and smiled in a non-committal manner. Turning his gaze back to the huge tree in front of him, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes once again became bone-chillingly cold. He waved the heavenly flame in his hand and flicked his finger. Over 10 flames landed on the ground around the huge tree like meteors. In an instant, the weeds on the emerald green ground were immediately turned into ashes. However, under the control of Xiao Yang's mind, the frightening might that could incinerate everything did not spread. Even so, this scene still caused the ancient tree to emit a trembling low roar. We are going to spend the night here. During this period of time, if there is any noise that disturbs us, those weeds will be your vanguard. After coldly uttering these words, Xiao Yang took a step forward. There was not the slightest bit of worry in his heart as he walked into the tree hole in front of him. Behind him, the exquisite body of the narwhal snake also followed closely behind. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the huge tree in front of it and its mouth emitted a cold chuckle. Soon after, it also entered the tree hole in front of it, leaving behind the terrified ancient tree. Not only was it unable to sleep at night, but it also had to carefully guard Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake who had entered the tree hole. It really wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 661. The next day. In the ancient forest with luxuriant foliage, towering ancient trees stood tall. Between the dense foliage, beams of sunlight passed through the cracks and shone on the ground of the forest, forming round spots of light, just like the bright stars in the night sky. At this moment, Xiao Yang was seated cross-legged within a spacious tree hole under a particularly tall and towering ancient tree. Following the slow circulation of the flame art qi method in his body, the threads of TNT energy in the world seemed to be attracted by something as they gathered toward Xiao Yang's body within the tree hole. The mixed natural energy lingered around Xiao Yang's body before it passed through the black robe that Xiao Yang was wearing and gradually poured into his body through the pores all over his body. After which, it quietly flowed along the route of the flame art qi method. After one cycle of refinement, it was refined a second time by the heavenly flame until it agglomerated and transformed into a drop of pure do qi water droplet that merged into the space within the vortex. This repeated refinement continued for a long time. Only when the sky was already bright did Xiao Yang withdraw from his training state. A pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for an entire night also slowly opened at this moment. The instant he opened them, an extremely obscure glow flashed across the depths of his eyes. After opening his eyes, Xiao Yang gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest for an entire night. Immediately, his gaze gently glanced at his surroundings and a smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of his mouth. He shook his head gently and stood up from the ground. Moving his feet, he walked out of the tree hole. After walking out of the tree hole, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. Those brilliant flames that were still floating in midair immediately turned into a couple of rays of light that entered Xiao Yang's body in the blink of an eye. With the protection of this ancient tree, Xiao Yang was indeed not disturbed by any sound for the entire night. In this regard, Xiao Yang could not help but quietly laugh in his heart. It seemed that this fellow had really put in all his effort in order to survive. As Xiao Yang quietly laughed in his heart, the miniature panic-stricken body of the narwhal snake slowly appeared in the empty space beside him. "He, you are really diligent. Since this is the case, we will not take your life." The narwhal snake laughed as it eyed the ancient tree in front of it. At this moment, it had already guessed most of what Xiao Yang was thinking. Hualala, once these words were spoken, the ancient tree, which had been quiet for an entire night, suddenly shook intensely. A pair of jade-green beast eyes also involuntarily revealed a resentful expression. Soon after, however, it turned its gaze toward the current Xiao Yang. Although the narwhal snake had already spoken, after experiencing this matter, it understood in its heart that between the human and beast in front of it, this human wearing a black robe was clearly the leader. The right to make the final decision in any matter was still in the hands of this human. This also included its life and death. With this thought in mind, the ancient tree's heart, which had just calmed down, immediately became anxious again. When Xiao Yang in front of it saw this scene, he also sensed something in his heart. He smiled faintly and immediately turned around. At the same time, he gently lifted his hand and spoke to the narwhal snake. "All right, I have rested for a night. It is time to leave. Also, thank you for your hospitality." At the end of his words, when Xiao Yang said the word hospitality, his tone was slightly heavier. This also caused the ancient tree, which had just calmed down, to suddenly become tense again. It resentfully let out 2 low roars. Immediately, the figures of Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake slowly disappeared from its sight under the latter's respectful gaze. After resting for a night, Xiao Yang's aura had clearly recovered quite a lot. During the next few days, Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake continued to travel in this manner during the day and rest at night as they continued to travel deeper into the remains. Along the way, Xiao Yang also discovered quite a number of traces left behind by elite Do Di when they passed by. However, judging from the length of time that the traces were left behind, Xiao Yang's and the narwhal snake's traveling speed was not much different. After 4 consecutive days, the injuries within Xiao Yang's body had completely recovered under the slow training. Even his strength, which had just broken through to the middle level of a 6-star Do Di, had completely stabilized. Other than this, the Northern King's strength within the storage ring had also completely recovered. In other words, the current Xiao Yang already had 2 elite Do Di by his side. Adding Xiao Yang, whose strength far exceeded his own level, it was likely that only the people from the 4 great clans could swallow their group in this entire remains. Finally, after 4 consecutive days of traveling, Xiao Yang led the narwhal snake and finally walked out of this incomparably vast ancient forest at noon on the 5th day. As the black-robed Xiao Yang's body was completely bathed in the sunlight, the field of vision in front of Xiao Yang had completely widened. His body once again flew forward for a distance. Soon after, an enormous ancient hall finally appeared within Xiao Yang's sight. From the looks of it, this should be the main hall. His mouth softly muttered. At the same time, Xiao Yang's gaze also landed on the large hall in front of him. This large hall was entirely golden in color. The glazed golden light covered the entire ancient hall, causing the entire hall to appear extremely grand and majestic. It was also paved with golden stone slabs to form a wide road. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of guests. Xiao Yang's body moved and his feet landed. His vigorous body had already landed on this golden road. The moment Xiao Yang's body landed, suddenly, an ancient aura filled with vicissitudes emanated from the golden stone slabs under Xiao Yang's feet. In an invisible manner, there was an extremely powerful pressure that descended on Xiao Yang's head. Although the pressure only lasted for a short moment, the expression on Xiao Yang's face under the black robe couldn't help but instantly become aghast. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel reverence for the owner of this ruin. Just how powerful was this person to be able to leave behind such a terrifying pressure in the ruin after so many years after his death? Immediately, Xiao Yang, who had regained his senses, no longer dragged his feet. His body moved and he leaped towards the magnificent hall in front of him. After a short while, Xiao Yang's figure finally arrived in front of the hall. At this very moment, there were already many people gathered outside the hall. Although Xiao Yang wasn't considered late, he definitely wasn't early either. Chapter 662. The interior of this large hall was extremely spacious. A person standing within it was just like an ant. At this moment, there were already quite a number of human figures standing in a disorderly manner within the large hall. These people were all elite Do Di. They were all people who were renowned in the outside world. However, within this remains, the strength of a Do Di was so common that it was as common as a passerby. There were at least dozens of elite Do Di present, if not over 100. However, at this moment, all of them were carefully looking at each other. Indifference was written all over their faces. It was as though they were placing others at a distance of 1,000 miles. Xiao Yang was non-committal with regards to this point. He had seen such an expression many times during these few days. Following Xiao Yang's entrance, the gazes of everyone within the large hall involuntarily turned over. The caution in their eyes did not decrease. On the contrary, an enmity surged within them. At this moment, every additional person present basically meant that the chances of them obtaining the treasure would be reduced. Hence, they naturally did not wish to see anyone else. Coincidentally, following Xiao Yang's entrance, quite a number of elite Do Di entered the large hall one after another. During this period of time, the thing that caused Xiao Yang to reveal surprise in his eyes was that he actually saw the three black-robed brothers who had fought a big battle a couple of days ago. Xiao Yang was surprised in his heart. It was unexpected that they were actually still able to arrive at this place despite being injured to such an extent. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Yang understood in his heart. After all, there were 6 Tier 3 medicinal pills. After refining all of them, it was naturally sufficient for them to arrive at this place. Naturally, only Xiao Yang recognized the other party when both parties met. After all, under the cover of the black robe, forget about these 3 1-star Do Di, even a 3-star Do Di like Bai Ying would be unable to discover Xiao Yang's true identity. After which, Xiao Yang, who was wearing a black robe, slowly walked toward the deepest part of the large hall among the scattered people. From the impatient expressions that were revealed on everyone's faces, it seemed that they were waiting for something. This was something that Xiao Yang was curious about in his heart at this moment. A couple of minutes later, Xiao Yang's figure arrived at the deepest part of the large hall. At this place, Xiao Yang saw the members of the 4 great clans from a distance. At a glance, he saw that the members of the Hu clan were surprisingly standing on the empty ground on the right side of the square. The leader of the Hu clan was naturally Hu Ba. The black-robed Hu Tianyi was seated by the side with his eyes closed. Behind the two of them was a group of members of the Hu clan. Moreover, from their relaxed manner, It seemed that not a single member of the Hua clan was missing during this trip. Xiao Yang saw the members of the Bai clan on the left side of the large hall. His eyes followed and looked over. The leader, Bai Ying, seemed to have sensed something when Xiao Yang's gaze shot over. Their gazes had just made contact when Xiao Yang's gaze was shot over before they quickly turned away. Under the black robe, Xiao Yang's dark black eyes narrowed slightly. Light flowed deep within them. Humph humph. Although Bai Ying's expression didn't change at all, he chuckled in his heart as if he had expected this. Immediately after, Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly. He did not see the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhon, in the Bai clan. Could it be that he really did not enter the ruins? With this trace of doubt in his heart, Xiao Yang's gaze once again turned. Immediately after, Xiao Yang's gaze landed on the members of the Sun clan. However, compared to the previous two clans, the atmosphere in the area where the members of the Sun clan were at was exceptionally solemn and oppressive. It was so oppressive that one would find it difficult to breathe upon seeing it. Oh! Seeing this, Xiao Yang could not help but feel puzzled. His gaze continued to shift, only to be surprised to discover that he did not see Sun Hanchi's figure in this group. Xiao Yang felt extremely surprised in his heart when he sensed this. During the battle back then, the Northern King might have seriously injured Sun Hanchi, but Sun Hanchi had clearly escaped alive in the end. However, looking at the appearance of the members of the Sun clan, it seemed that something had happened to Sun Hanchi. Xiao Yang involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart. Although he did not have a good impression of the members of the four great clans, Sun Hanchi was after all an elite Do Di. As long as he did not die, even if he ended up seriously injured, an ordinary Ban Di would not have the ability to kill him. Even if he was an elite Do Di, given his status, an ordinary person would not dare to kill him. After all, the Sun clan was one of the four great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. Its strength was not something to be looked at. Daring to kill the young master of the Sun clan was equivalent to pushing oneself onto the path of death. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Since this was the case, why did Sun Hanchi die? Soon after, Xiao Yang's gaze noticed an empty space on the other side. The doubt in his heart was greatly reduced. It seemed that the true murderer of Sun Hanchi had been found. Could it be the Zhuo clan? Xiao Yang could not help but let out a doubtful voice in his heart. After all, from the looks of the current situation, the Sun clan clearly did not suspect the Hua clan or the Bai clan for the result of this matter. From the looks of it, even Sun Shuo's heart had also pushed the final result onto the Zhuo clan. After all, if one were to look at the order of entering the remains, the Zhuo clan was indeed the last to enter the remains. Moreover, from the positions of the three clans, it seemed that the Bai clan had arrived earlier than the Sun clan. Just from this, one could almost be certain that Sun Hanchi had definitely died in the hands of the Zhuo clan. However, in this way, Xiao Yang felt a wave of relief in his heart. Back then, he had let Sun Hanchi escape. His heart was filled with regret. However, since the Zhuo clan had taken care of his funeral, Xiao Yang naturally did not have any worries in his heart. On the contrary, he might even be able to see this group of people kill each other. To Xiao Yang, this could be considered a good show. Cuckoo, I really like to be a fisherman. Smiling in his heart, Xiao Yang slowly extended his right hand and gently pulled the doping on his head. Immediately, his body twisted and he slowly walked toward an empty space beside the large hall where there were few people. At this moment, another powerful aura slowly stepped in from outside the large hall. Before they even got close, Xiao Yang could already feel the terrifying aura from this group of people. Compared to the three clans in front of him, this group of people was undoubtedly much more powerful. The people who had just arrived were the Zhuo clan's group. It was also at this moment that Sun Shuo, who had been sitting cross-legged without moving in the depths of the hall, suddenly opened his scarlet-red eyes that were filled with rage and overflowing with killing intent, and he instantly stared at the group of people that were walking slowly towards him. Chapter 663. Zhuolin. A hoarse low roar was furiously emitted from Sun Shuo's mouth. At this moment, everyone present could clearly sense that the space within the large hall was actually trembling slightly. The crazy killing intent was just like an invisible giant beast that stood within the large hall. Immediately, The large hall was filled with a dense smell of gunpowder. A deep solemnness swiftly surged onto the faces of everyone present. Soon after, everyone within the large hall leaped and withdrew to the sides. At the same time, the expressions of the Zhuo clan members, who had just entered the large hall, swiftly changed. They could clearly sense that the killing intent was directed at them. At the front of the Zhuo clan, the leader, Zhuo Bentang, and Zhuo Lin by the side involuntarily frowned. The two of them exchanged glances. Soon after, their eyes were filled with suspicion as they looked at Sun Shuo. Zhuo Lin frowned tightly. This crazy killing intent that had suddenly appeared in front of him was something that even he had difficulty understanding. Logically speaking, the clan present with the worst relationship with the Sun clan should be the Bai clan. Why would this lunatic in front of him suddenly target his Zhuo clan? Sun Shuo, what are you planning to do? Zhuo Bentang, who was beside Zhuo Lin, also frowned tightly. The suspicion in his heart was not any less than Zhuo Lin's. What am I planning to do? Don't tell me that all of you still do not understand what I am planning to do. Zhuo Bentang's cry caused the fury in Sun Shuo's heart to instantly erupt. He waved his large hand and viscous dou qi immediately surged out of his body. Soon after, Sun Shuo's feet violently stomped on the ground. The golden glass floor instantly burst apart and Sun Shuo's body shot forward like a cannonball. In the next moment, he had already appeared above Zhuo Lin's head. Both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Viscous dou qi covered them as a fist violently smashed furiously toward Zhuo Lin's head. From the looks of it, he was intending to take Zhuo Lin's life with a single punch. Sun Shuo, are you crazy? Sun Shuo's sudden attack caused Zhuo Bentang's heart to be greatly startled. At this moment, he did not dare to hesitate even a little. His shriveled body swiftly moved to the side. At the same time, he twisted his right wrist and violently swung it toward the incoming Sun Shuo. Boom! Everyone from the Zhuo clan staggered back after the attack landed. Frightening dou qi ripples raged within the large hall. Sun Shuo stood in the middle of the storm. Soon after, he once again crazily attacked the members of the Zhuo clan. Whoosh! The appearance of this scene caused an uproar to immediately ring out in the square at this moment. He had single-handedly repelled so many people from the Zhuo clan with a single blow. Even the spectators could not help but feel aghast when they saw such a terrifying scene. Bastard! Sun Shuo, have you really gone mad? How dare you attack my Zhuo family here? The expression on Zhuo Bentang's old face suddenly became ice-cold when he saw that Sun Shuo was actually going all out to furiously attack his group. At the same time, his heart also felt incomparably solemn. Although Sun Shuo was also a 3-star dou di, the gap between the two of them had already become clear after the collision earlier. Being the head of a clan, Sun Shuo's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Even if it was a normal situation, Xiao Yang might not be a match for him. Moreover, Sun Shuo was currently in a furious state. The strength that he could unleash under this kind of condition was many times greater than usual. If Sun Shuo was allowed to continue in this manner, it was likely that Xiao Yang's group would suffer greatly. However, Sun Shuo was currently unable to listen to anything. Regardless of what Zhuo Bentang said, this fellow would only turn a deaf ear. He would turn all of Zhuo Bentang's words into a furious eruption. At this moment, it was likely that Zhuo Bentang must first find the reason for this battle that he did not know the reason for. You should stop him first. I will think of a way to make this fellow stop. Remember, try not to use your true strength. Now is still not the time. At such a critical moment, Zhuo Lin, being the heir of the Zhuo clan, was the most sensible one. He immediately thought of a countermeasure. Zhuo Bentang immediately nodded heavily when Zhuo Lin's words were uttered. He immediately turned his gaze and looked at Sun Shuo, who had once again shot over. His feet violently stomped on the ground and his skinny body shot out like an arrow that had left the bow. In an instant, he tore through the empty space and violently collided with Sun Shuo, who was shooting over. Immediately, dou qi shot out in the air within the large hall. A frightening remnant force continued to sweep over, causing the entire large hall to tremble slightly. At the same time, Zhuo Lin also turned his gaze. His toes repeatedly pressed on the ground a couple of times. In the blink of an eye, He had already appeared in front of the group of people from the Sun Clan. Zhuo Lin, who had suddenly appeared, had clearly caused this group of younger generation members of the Sun Clan to feel extremely terrified in their hearts. However, Zhuo Lin clearly did not have any intention of killing them. Instead, a thought passed through his heart and a majestic aura spread out, pressing on the heads of this group of people from the Sun Clan. After giving this group of people sufficient pressure, Zhuo Lin's tone was indifferent as he slowly asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened? Why did Sun Shore attack my Zhuo clan?" The group of Sun Clan members involuntarily sighed in relief when these words were uttered. They involuntarily rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, Zhuo Lin in front of them did not have any intention of killing them. "Mph, you have killed our first young master. Don't tell me that you need us to explain something that you have done." Even though this was the case, this group of people did not lack some people with backbone. Immediately, a cold snort was emitted and Zhuo Lin immediately understood in his heart. No wonder. No wonder he had felt that something was amiss since earlier. There seemed to be something missing from the Sun Clan. If this person had not mentioned it, it was likely that he would have forgotten. Sun Hanshi, the first young master of the Sun Clan, had just broken through a couple of months ago and successfully advanced to the elite Do Di class. Such a person might have some impression in the hearts of the other people present, but Zhuo Lin's heart was completely uninterested. If this group of people in front of him had not mentioned it, he would not have even thought of this point. "Oh, Sun Hanshi. If he is dead, so be it. What does it have to do with my Zhuo clan?" Zhuo Lin softly muttered in his mouth. Soon after, Zhuo Lin involuntarily frowned. Indeed, even if Sun Hanshi was dead, what right did Sun Shore have to immediately point the spearhead at his Zhuo clan? With his Zhuo clan's position, there was no need for him to kill someone whose strength had just broken through to the Do Di class. Zhuo Lin's delicate and handsome face involuntarily frowned when he thought of this. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes slowly swept over the place. Finally, for some unknown reason, they actually paused on Bai Ying. Could it be him? Chapter 664. Zhuo Lin's sharp sword-like eyes slowly narrowed. The deep region of his eyes was filled with doubt. At this moment, it was likely that the only one present who had a grudge with the Sun Clan was the Bai clan. If all of this was a scheme by the Bai clan to shift all of the Sun Clan's attention to his Zhuo clan, causing the two clans to fight in full swing, it was likely that two portions of the treasures deep within the remains would be divided. If that is really the case, Bai clan, you are really scheming. Zhuo Lin's voice was a little hoarse and cold as he slowly spoke. At the same time, the pressure that descended on the heads of the Sun Clan members in front of him had also become even more frightening at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the faces of the Sun Clan members swiftly turned pale. It was a long while later before the cold-faced Zhuo Lin finally withdrew his gaze. He turned his body and looked at Zhuo Bentang and Sun Shore, who were in an intense collision. At the same time, Bai Ying, who was the leader of the Bai clan, carefully looked at Zhuo Lin. He frowned slightly and could not help but feel a wave of fear for this person's mind. This fellow is really a frightening person. He is actually able to link it to my Bai clan so quickly. However, Bai Ying softly muttered in his heart. He paused at the end. Immediately, a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. That's all there is to it. Sun Shore, I, Zhuo Lin, can clearly tell you that the person who killed your son is not my Zhuo clan. It is someone else. Zhuo Lin let out a loud cry. His pure white body suddenly shook. Immediately, a powerful aura swept out, transforming into an energy storm that violently charged toward Sun Shore, who was currently engaged in an intense collision with Zhuo Bentang. Ha! At the same time, Zhuo Bentang's body in the air also suddenly shook. The aura that belonged to a 3-star Do Di immediately erupted from his body. It merged with Zhuo Lin's aura and forcefully forced Sun Shore back. After which, Zhuo Bentang appeared somewhat weak as he repeatedly panted in midair. Although the two of them had only fought for a short time, Sun Shore's original strength was stronger than Zhuo Bentang's. Adding his current condition, it was normal for Zhuo Bentang to be unable to defeat him. Zhuo Lin's body flashed when Sun Shore was forced back. Soon after, he had already appeared in front of Zhuo Bentang. Facing Sun Shore, The usual calmness on his face had already disappeared. What replaced it was a sharp cold glint that was as sharp as the edge of a sword. Even though Sun Shuor's strength was quite strong, as long as Zhuelin was on the Zhuo clan's side, Sun Shuor would definitely not be able to rely on his own strength to deal with two elite Dou Di regardless of how strong he was. At the same time, Sun Shuor, who had been forced back by Zhuelin and Zhuo Bentang, quickly regained his senses under the pressure of this aura. Just as the two of them had guessed, it was impossible for Sun Shuor to fight against the two of them by himself. Therefore, no matter how furious and crazy he was, he had to do his best to calm himself down. "You say that my son was not killed by you. Who else could it be?" It was a long while later before Sun Shuor slowly lowered his tightly clenched fist. The turbulent Dou Qi on the surface of his body was also withdrawn into his body at this moment. Even though this was the case, the viciousness that filled his words did not reduce even a little. Zhuelin's heart on the other side relaxed when he heard Sun Shuor's words, which were dark to the extreme. As long as this fellow in front of him was willing to stop, he was confident that he could convince Sun Shuor. "It is naturally the Bai clan." Zhuelin took half a step forward in the air. His body stood steadily in the air as he spoke with a cold expression. The expression on Sun Shuor's face was initially startled when he heard this. Soon after, the expression on his face immediately became even more furious. Good Zhuelin. You actually still want to deny it at such a time. The people from the Bai clan had clearly entered the ancient forest earlier than my Sun clan. You may have seen Bai Ying, but have you seen his son, Bai Zhon? The furious words from Sun Shuor's mouth had yet to fade when Zhuelin's expression turned cold as he immediately cried out. When these words were uttered, not only Sun Shuor, but even Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Xiao Yang in the crowd, and a black-robed person who was standing in an unknown part of the crowd had a change in expression. Bai Ying was surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Zhuelin would not suspect him first. Instead, he would directly target Bai Zhon. It seemed that even after the previous incident, Zhuelin still held a grudge against Bai Zhon's strength. The expression on Xiao Yang's face under the black robe in the crowd involuntarily changed. Logically speaking, Zhuelin should not be aware of Bai Zhon's true strength. However, from what he had said, it seemed that he had already guessed Bai Zhon's strength. The fact that he was able to directly target Bai Zhon meant that he was not shooting without thinking. On the other side, there was a mysterious person who was similarly wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, a solemn expression involuntarily surged onto his face under the black robe. However, soon after, the corners of his mouth under the black robe lifted into a cold smile. Zhuelin, how can I not know that you are suspicious of me? However, do you really think that I will not be on guard against you? Humph humph. Under the black robe, after a low whisper sounded out, the black-robed person once again calmed down. From the way the black-robed person addressed him, this person was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhon. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shuor's face completely froze the instant Zhuelin's words sounded out. However, soon after, the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Zhuelin, Bai Zhon's strength is merely a half-step emperor. Forget about the fact that he is currently seriously injured and unable to enter the remains. Even if he did enter, how could he be a match for Han Shi? Sun Shuor's face was filled with malevolence. The more Zhuelin spoke in this manner, the more he believed that Zhuelin was forcefully arguing. Humph, do you really think that Bai Zhon only has the strength of a 9-star half-step emperor? Have you ever seen a person with outstanding cultivation talent who could stay in the same level for over 10 years? Bai Zhon had already stepped into the 9-star half-step emperor realm 10 years ago. Do you think that with his cultivation talent, 10 years would not be enough for him to reach the Dou Di level? Even that trash of a son of yours had only stepped into the 9-star half-step emperor realm a couple of years ago. Do you think that Bai Zhon's cultivation talent would be inferior to his? After being mercilessly mocked by Zhuelin, Sun Shuor's expression involuntarily turned ashen. Especially when Zhuelin mentioned Sun Hanshi, he was unable to vent the anger in his heart. Humph, that day, Bai Zhon said to that trash of a son of yours that he would definitely return the grudge from that day. What's wrong? Now that it has come true, as his father, You do not dare to believe it and do not dare to admit it. Humph humph, this is truly laughable to the extreme. His own son was being called trash by someone else. Even though Sun Shuo's heart was currently filled with anger, after hearing Zhuolin's words, he could not help but suspect Bai Zhon in his heart. Chapter 665. Bai Zhon. Bai Ying. Bai clan. Bai, I want your Bai clan. I want your entire Bai clan to pay for my son's life. It was a long while later before Sun Shuo suddenly turned his gaze around. The do qi in his body also surged out with a puff sound at this moment. He waved his large hand and the crimson-yellow do qi immediately agglomerated into a large knife. His body moved and he rushed in the direction of the Bai clan. However, at this moment, just as the corners of Zhuolin and Zhuobentang's mouths were slowly lifted into a smile, a loud cry was suddenly emitted from behind Sun Shuo in the hall. Chief Sun! Chief Sun! Your clan's heir! Something has happened to the heir. As the voice sounded, Sun Shuo, who was in a fit of anger, suddenly turned around. At the same time, the large knife in his hand violently slashed down. Immediately, a crimson-yellow knife glow suddenly shot out and violently slashed past the two people who were running in the hall. Although the two of them were lucky not to be injured, the corpse they were carrying in their hands was forcefully knocked to the ground by the force contained in the knife glow. Soon after, Sun Shuo was about to attack with a heart filled with killing intent. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face suddenly froze. This was because when he clearly saw the clothes and the rough outline of the body of the corpse lying on the ground, Sun Shuo immediately recognized that this corpse was his eldest son who had just died a few days ago, Sun Hanshi. Hanshi. The pain in his heart could no longer be suppressed at this moment. Sun Shuo crushed the weapon in his hand. In the next instant, he had already appeared beside the already dead Sun Hanshi. His hands reached behind his neck and hugged Sun Hanshi's body. Hanshi, Father guarantees that the person who killed you will be torn into 10,000 pieces and used his blood as an offering to you. Sun Shuo's arms tightly hugged Sun Hanshi, who had already died a few days ago. His voice was low and trembling. The crazy killing intent within his words could not be contained. Sun Che's death had already caused Sun Shuo's heart to be extremely sorrowful. This also caused him to pour all of his thoughts onto Sun Hanshi. Yet now, Sun Hanshi had actually died. How could Sun Shuo endure this in his heart? Soon after, just as Sun Shuo was about to slowly put Sun Hanshi down, the remaining two conspicuous injuries on the latter's face attracted Sun Shuo's gaze. On the left side of the corpse's face, there was an extremely conspicuous large fist imprint. This fist imprint caused Sun Shuo involuntarily to frown. He had a feeling that he had seen this fist imprint somewhere before. Immediately afterward, there was a clear scar on the right half of the corpse's face. Judging from the appearance of the scar, it was as if the corpse had been smashed by a brick from the side. However, the expression in Sun Shuo's eyes suddenly froze when he saw the tiny wound. There was no other reason other than the fact that the scar on Sun Hanshi's face was something that he had also suffered before. A few months ago, in Coldstream City, Xiao Yang had once left a clear ruler imprint on his face with a ruler. That attack was deeply etched in Sun Shuo's memory until now. In his heart, he hated Xiao Yang to the bone. At this moment, when he saw this familiar ruler imprint once again, Sun Shuo's heart immediately thought of something. This is. Only after a long while did Sun Shuo slightly open his mouth as his teeth trembled. Although his voice was trembling, it was filled with endless killing intent that could pierce the heavens. Xiao Yang. The hoarse and low voice slowly drifted to every corner of the large hall. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces uniformly changed. When they looked at Sun Shuo, astonishment involuntarily surged into their eyes. Could it be that the true culprit behind Sun Hanshi's death was actually Xiao Yang? Although everyone present was an elite Do Di, the name Xiao Yang reverberated like thunder in their ears. This was especially the case when they heard of the battle result that Xiao Yang had created in Coldstream City a couple of months ago. It caused all the elite Do Di present to feel inferior in their hearts. At this moment, everyone present naturally turned their attention away from the Bai clan when they heard Sun Shuo say Xiao Yang's name. At the same time, even the Zhuo clan's attention slowly shifted away from the Bai clan. What do you mean? Are you saying that Xiao Yang killed Sun Hanshi? Even though this was the case, Zhuo Lin still held some doubt in his heart. Although he had heard quite a lot about Xiao Yang's legendary battle result, he ultimately thought that Xiao Yang was merely a bandai. Regardless of how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for an elite Do Di. As for the battle in Coldstream City, if Xiao Yang had not relied on the Great Way strength to cause Sun Shoror to be careless, it would have been impossible for him to injure a Do Di. Hence, Zhuo Lin involuntarily frowned and asked when he heard the furious words that were emitted from Sun Shoror's mouth. Who else could it be other than him? This ruler mark can only be left behind by that strange weapon of his. Sun Shoror's hand gently rubbed the clear ruler mark on the right side of Sun Hanshi's face. At the same time, his voice was extremely hoarse as he slowly spoke. From this voice, it was not difficult to hear just what kind of terrifying fury was surging in his heart at this moment. Hearing this, everyone present, including Xiao Yang in the crowd, involuntarily threw their gazes over. Sure enough, on the right side of Sun Hanshi's face, there was a ruler scar that contained a scarlet color standing leisurely. When Xiao Yang saw the ruler mark for the first time, the expression on his face under the black robe involuntarily changed. He felt a surprise in his heart. His heart was completely unaware of this so-called ruler mark. Looks like there are some people who do not wish for me to remain in the dark. The dark black eyes under the black robe slowly narrowed. There was a cold glint lingering deep within his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yang raised his eyes and once again looked in the direction of the Bai clan. Currently, among all the people within the remains, other than the three brothers, only Bai Ying was aware of his identity. Although the three brothers were elite Do Di, they did not dare to attack Sun Hanshi. From the looks of it, it was likely that only the members of the Bai clan would dare to kill Sun Hanshi and push the blame onto Xiao Yang. Bai Ying, Xiao Yang softly muttered in his heart. Only then did he withdraw his gaze without anyone noticing. At the same time, Bai Zhon, who was also wearing a black robe, emitted a cold laugh at this moment from another spot in the crowd. In this way, regardless of what Zhuo Lin guessed in his heart, the spearhead would ultimately turn toward Xiao Yang. However, just as everyone's gazes were focused on the already dead Sun Hanshi, the entire large hall under everyone's feet suddenly began to shake intensely. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed. One after another, they stepped into the air. Only then did they see a heavy stone door, which had been sealed for an unknown number of years, slowly being lifted at the deepest part of the large hall at this moment, accompanied by the sound of a mechanism turning. Immediately, the gazes of everyone in the large hall were attracted to it. Following the opening of the stone door, numerous glaring golden lights shot out from within, causing everyone present to be unable to open their eyes for a moment. It was a long while later when the golden light slowly scattered. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. Only then did they discover that there was actually another stone room behind the stone door. Moreover, it was an even larger stone room. Chapter 666. Found it. The instant he found the lake, a wild joy involuntarily surged into Xiao Yang's heart. His heart involuntarily let out an exclamation. Even the spiritual strength that he had spread out also began to fluctuate a little. Raw. Because of this slight fluctuation, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength, which had already spread to the air above the lake, suddenly shook. A shocking beast roar was once again transmitted into Xiao Yang's ear from within the mountain forest. At the same time, the strength that had spread to the air above the lake was also forcefully scattered by this beast roar. Xiao Yang, who was seated cross-legged within the mountain forest, suddenly paled. A solemn expression immediately surged into his eyes. As expected, this fellow's strength is indeed not something that an ordinary one-star Do Di can compare with. Recalling the words that the black-robed old man had said, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily hardened. Soon after, however, his pair of white hands slowly clenched into fists. His black eyes revealed a determined expression. Even though the current Xiao Yang's strength was not comparable to his peak, he had to give it a try no matter what in order to obtain the spirit-gathering fruit. Xiao Yang's mouth once again exhaled a deep breath of air. His seated body slowly stood up. He turned his gaze and looked in the direction of the lake. If he was right, The soul-agglomerating fruit was located there. Soon after, Xiao Yang's toes pressed gently against the tree trunk. Qi shot out from under his feet. Xiao Yang's body was like an arrow that had left the bow as he swiftly flew toward the deep parts of the mountain forest. Xiao Yang's body was like a ghost as he shuttled through a countless number of towering ancient trees with a lightning-like speed. Even when he passed by some human elite Dodi, those people could only see a blurry black light flash before their eyes. They were unable to clearly identify what it was. The area of this ancient forest was so large that even though Xiao Yang's speed could be said to be frightening, there was still an extremely long distance between him and the lake after continuously shuttling for over 10 minutes. While Xiao Yang was surprised, he couldn't help but marvel at the owner of the ruins. With such extravagance, he really didn't know how powerful the owner of this ruin was. Along the way, Xiao Yang had sensed quite a few ferocious auras. There were even a few times when Xiao Yang brushed shoulders with some large and ferocious-looking magical beasts. If it were not for Xiao Yang's astonishing speed, it was likely that a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. Kai. However, at a certain moment, Xiao Yang, who was flying at an extremely fast speed, could not help but abruptly come to a halt. He frowned and turned his head to look behind him. With his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yang was able to sense that among the Dodi experts that he had passed by earlier, there seemed to be some who were flying in his direction. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. From the looks of it, they should have been attracted by Xiao Yang. Damn it, they are really a group of wolves. They bite me as soon as they catch me. Looks like I need to increase my speed. After cursing in his heart, Xiao Yang suddenly turned his head. His body shook and the qi in his body circulated at an even faster speed. With a move of his feet, the sky extinction steps was instantly used. His body flashed and immediately turned into a cool breeze that whistled through the mountain forest, shaking off the group of people behind him. Time quickly flew by as Xiao Yang hurried. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang had already used the sky extinction steps to fly for nearly an hour. It was only at this moment that the lake appeared once again under the investigation of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength. Found it. This time, Xiao Yang was not as wild with joy as before. Instead, he tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. As he flew forward at high speed, his spiritual strength carefully extended towards the lake. It carefully passed through the empty space above the lake and approached the small island in the middle of the lake. Before he even got close, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength had already felt an extremely pure and surging spiritual strength. Feeling this strength, the soul orb in Xiao Yang's mind that had been silent for a long time immediately reacted. It buzzed and trembled a few times before slowly calming down. As expected, it is the soul condensation fruit. Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim in surprise in his heart. His figure also quickly approached the lake. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yang suddenly realized that on the land surrounding the lake, there was actually a huge magic beast corp. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang's heart was immediately shocked. His body that was swiftly rushing forward also hurriedly stopped in the sky. At the same time, his pair of dark black eyes carried a deep shock as he looked at the huge magic beast corpse below. This magic beast was a huge python. The surface of this python's body was covered with a layer of dark black scales that were even harder than steel. Numerous strange lines also appeared on its body. Although it had been dead for a period of time, the body of this magic beast was actually able to emit a faintly discernible pressure. This was enough to show just how strong this magic beast was when it was alive. This magic beast is actually at the Dodi class. The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly hardened. His heart involuntarily felt a deep seriousness. A Dodi class magic beast had actually died outside of this lake. Earlier, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength had clearly been attacked by some kind of magic beast. In other words, this magic beast corpse in front of him had either been killed by the owner of this lake and left here as a deterrent, or it was the original owner of this lake who had been killed in this place. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, Xiao Yang was certain in his heart that at this moment, there was definitely an even stronger magical beast hiding under the lake in front of him at this moment. Gulp gulp, even with Xiao Yang's mental fortitude, His throat involuntarily emitted a swallowing sound when he thought of this. At this moment, Jiu, who was within Xiao Yang's body, actually laughed for some unknown reason, causing Xiao Yang to feel extremely confused. Damn it, the strength of this magic beast underwater is likely at least at the advanced 1-star Do Di class. This time around, I will have to go all out no matter what. His heart was extremely solemn as he quietly cautioned himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind and the injured Northern King appeared beside Xiao Yang. After a couple of days of recovery, the 2 handprints on the Northern King's chest might have completely recovered. However, the crack lines that had been forcefully formed by the Do Chi had yet to recover. Once he used the Northern King to fight, it was likely that this puppet that had followed Xiao Yang for many years would be destroyed here. Although Xiao Yang felt some reluctance in his heart, he also knew that he would have to pay a price in order to obtain something. Perhaps the price he would have to pay this time around would be the Northern King. Xiao Yang was still a little worried after summoning the Northern King. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind and 9 avatars immediately formed in the empty space beside him. After which, they merged into one. The strength of the avatars had also greatly increased after the merger. They had reached the advanced 5-star Ban Di class. Although it was somewhat impossible for them to greatly help Xiao Yang, a little more strength meant a little more protection. This was extremely important to the current Xiao Yang. After a couple of breaths, Xiao Yang led one of the avatars and the Northern King to the side of the lake. Xiao Yang's gaze passed through the surface of the lake and stared at the small exquisite tree on the small island in the middle of the lake. When he saw the milky white fruit on the tree, his emotions became even more fiery. Just at this moment, the calm lake in front of Xiao Yang suddenly began to churn. An enormous black figure gradually rose from the bottom of the lake. Finally, it broke out of the water. The first thing to appear on the surface of the water was a lightning-like horn. Following which, a huge snake head appeared. Following which, an enormous body appeared on the surface of the water. This magical beast was the same as the dead magical beast on the shore. It was also a snake-like magical beast. However, although it was clearly a snake, there was a lightning-like horn on the snake's head. Moreover, there were many whale-like patterns on its abdomen. However, the moment this magical beast appeared, the solemn expression that had just surfaced on Xiao Yang's face, who was standing on the shore, immediately became stunned when he clearly saw the magical beast in front of him. This was because the magical beast in front of him was the one that Xiao Yang had originally thought to be dead in the outside world, ancient whale snake. Chapter 667. Following the completion of the enormous formation, the stone platform under everyone's feet gradually stopped trembling. Soon after, however, before everyone present could recover, numerous golden rays of light swiftly agglomerated in the air above the stone platform. In the blink of an eye, 10 enormous golden light clusters stood in the empty air like suns. Rumble. When everyone looked over, they heard an earth-shaking rumbling sound being emitted from within. Soon after, golden light shot in all directions and an aura boiled. It was a long while later before the dazzling golden light gradually disappeared. After which, 10 enormous beasts appeared in front of everyone. The 10 enormous beasts were completely golden in color. Their entire bodies were shaped like gorillas. Their arms were long and their legs were short. Their bodies were well built and golden light lingered over them. Their golden fangs contained a dense cold luster, causing people to involuntarily feel fear in their hearts. A pair of scarlet-red beast eyes were filled with an unusually dense murderous aura. This point was something that even an elite Do Di would not dare to underestimate in his heart when he saw it. Other than this, numerous complicated formation symbols were agglomerated on the surface of the bodies of these 10 gorillas. Light also overflowed from them. Moreover, a powerful Do Chi barrier was agglomerated on the surface of these gorillas. As long as this barrier was present, it would be impossible for the other party to easily defeat them even if they were an elite Do Di. The instant these 10 gorillas appeared, everyone present immediately threw their solemn gazes toward them. It was only at this moment that the members of the 4 great clans finally slowly raised their heads. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes swept over everyone present and directly looked at the 10+ energy clusters on the stone platform. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who was among the crowd, also swept his dark black eyes over each of the middle-level Do-Di on the stone platform. Finally, they paused on a cluster of light that was wrapped around a mysterious scroll. Xiao Yang's heart was not interested in those miscellaneous items. At this moment, the only thing that could move his heart among all the light clusters present was likely this scroll. Although he did not know whether this was a Do technique or a Qi method, he was certain that its tier would definitely not be low since it was able to appear on this stone platform. This was the reason why Xiao Yang had acted. Ah! Just as Xiao Yang was about to move, a sharp miserable cry suddenly sounded from the stone stage. Everyone's eyes hurriedly looked over and their expressions suddenly changed. They saw that the enormous magical beasts that had descended had actually begun to move at this moment. Their targets were the people on the stone stage at this moment. After these gorillas landed, they immediately waved their huge fists and attacked the people closest to them. The strength of this group of gorillas were all at the Do-Di class. When they attacked at the same time, their momentum was extremely shocking. Within a short instant, the area within 100 meters of the stone stage had already been dyed by bright red fresh blood. A couple of elite Do-Di were sent flying by a punch. Immediately, a dense bloody scent spread over the stone stage, causing one's heart to be shocked. This group of beasts is so strong, we must not underestimate them. When this scene appeared, the faces of the other elite Do-Di in the arena no longer dared to show the slightest carelessness. Those who were closer to them also swiftly moved their bodies and retreated some distance away. Below the stone stage, Xiao Yang, who saw this scene, also frowned. These huge beasts all had the strength of a Do-Di. Now that they were wantonly slaughtering, they were like tigers entering a flock of sheep when they attacked. Other than some elite Do-Di whose strength was not weak, any ordinary Do-Di did not have the strength to contend with them. Usually, they would only be able to exchange 2 or 3 blows before being forced back by these huge beasts. What a domineering formation! It is actually able to agglomerate such strong fellows. Just what kind of terrifying existence was the owner of these remains when he was alive? Ha ha, this monkey's strength is not bad. Let me have a try. Suddenly, at the front of the crowd, Huobei's mouth emitted an arrogant and unruly laugh. Soon after, his feet suddenly stomped on the ground and a corner of the stone stage immediately collapsed. His body also shot out like a cannonball, heavily shooting toward one of the 10 gorillas. Bang! Soon after, the sound of an explosion was heard from the stone stage when Huobei violently collided with the gorilla. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Huobei's body explosively retreating. At the same time, the gorilla that was fighting against him also uncontrollably retreated a few hundred steps. However, it was forcefully stabilized. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena immediately went into an uproar. They did not expect the gorilla's strength to be so terrifying. When it attacked, even Huobei, who was a 3-star Do-Di, was unable to kill it. What a strange formation. I did not expect that even with my strength, I would not be able to easily break its protective formation. This time around, I cannot be careless. Huobei softly laughed. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. However, soon after, his gaze passed over the gorilla and looked toward the top of the stone stage. Of course, from his current position, he was unable to truly see that place. Even so, when Huobei's gaze looked toward the top of the stone stage, a heated expression involuntarily appeared deep within his eyes. It could be seen that there was something extremely precious there. Soon after, Huobei's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and swiftly swept past everyone on the stone stage. After which, he bypassed those huge beasts with lightning speed and charged toward the stone stage. Not good, this fellow actually wants to get the treasure first. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people from the other 3 clans below the stone stage changed. Soon after, the people from the 3 clans exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, their feet stepped on empty air and their bodies instantly turned into a meteor as they swiftly chased after Huobei, who was on the stone stage. At the same time, the other people on the stone stage once again turned their gazes toward those energy light clusters. In the blink of an eye, the middle section of the stone stage was filled with middle-level Do-Di fighting with each other in order to snatch those energy light clusters. Adding the frightening strength of those 10 huge beasts, the situation on the stage had become extremely chaotic in an instant. After passing by everyone, the people from the 4 great clans also chased each other on the part of the stone stage that faced the top. Occasionally, there would be dochi shooting out. Even the people below would occasionally be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, a flame flashed deep within Xiao Yang's dark black eyes under the black robe. His gaze stared at the energy light cluster wrapped around the mysterious scroll on the stone stage. At a certain moment, the footsteps under his feet changed slightly. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed at this moment. His body also disappeared from this stone stage in an instant. Genius remembers home address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 668. The originally chaotic situation on the large pyramid-like stone stage had become even more chaotic due to the addition of these 10 enormous beasts. At this moment, even those experts and factions who wanted to take advantage of the situation were unable to stand idly by the side. This was because the mission of the 10 enormous beasts was to kill everyone on the stone stage. They were naturally no exception. In the sky above the stone stage, those light clusters appeared to possess their own intelligence in the face of the obstruction from the many experts. They were actually able to automatically turn as they flew, dodging all the large hands that were rushing over. Bang! Numerous human figures were moving around on the stone stage. The sound of fighting was repeatedly emitted from the midair. Occasionally, a figure would spit out blood and fall. Finally, they heavily smashed onto the stone stage below, causing the entire stone stage to be red. Numerous spiderweb-like crack lines were formed. Bang! The enormous beasts continued to wave their enormous fists. Each time they were swung, the space would shake. Their powerful strength caused the expressions of those elite Do-Di to change. Within a short moment, these 10 enormous beasts had already killed a couple of elite Do-Di. From this, one could tell just how frightening the strength of these 10 enormous beasts was. Ha ha! This scroll is mine. An elite Do-Di's hands were tightly hugging an ancient scroll that was about to escape from his hands at a certain spot on the stone stage. His old face revealed a heated smile under the shine of the energy light. However, before he could warm up the scroll in his hand, another figure suddenly appeared out of thin air beside him. Then, a saber ruthlessly slashed across his neck. Grug. Driven by greed, even someone as strong as an elite Do-Di would have a time when he was unable to withstand a single blow. A blade fell and his head was separated. A dignified elite Do-Di had died in such an unjust manner. He was unable to clearly see the appearance of the person who killed him before he died. The scroll in this old man's hand was tightly held by another skinny-faced old man the moment he died. His heart was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. However, this old man did not dare to be careless. A pair of dark eyes instantly swept over the empty space. His body moved and was about to leave this place. Bang! Soon after, however, an enormous body suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, it furiously smashed down like a small mountain. Soon after, it violently fell from the top of this old man's head. With just a punch, this elite Do-Di was violently sent flying. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth while the scroll in his hand uncontrollably left. Soon after, it turned into a ray of light that once again flew onto the stone stage. Immediately, just as this enormous beast turned around, the scroll, which had escaped from its restraints and was flying in midair, was suddenly grabbed by a white hand that was suddenly extended from the empty space. Soon after, Xiao Yang's body was completely exposed to the air. Seeing the scroll in his hand struggling intensely, Xiao Yang's hand tightened its grip. A thought passed through his mind and a surging spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. In merely an instant, the energy that originally covered the scroll was swiftly removed by Xiao Yang. At the same time, the scroll, which was originally struggling intensely in Xiao Yang's hand, had also calmed down. Without any hesitation, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. The ancient scroll in his hand was immediately kept into his storage ring. At the same time, the enormous beast once again appeared behind Xiao Yang. Its enormous golden fist suddenly waved and smashed heavily toward Xiao Yang's head. The expression on Xiao Yang's face did not change even a little when he sensed the frightening wind that attacked him from behind. He did not even turn his head as the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. A thought passed through his mind, and the dark black curtain that he had prepared long ago instantly agglomerated in front of Xiao Yang. Soon after, the instant the enormous fist landed, the black-robed Xiao Yang had already disappeared from this empty space. Kai, other than the empty space that was about to shatter when the fist landed, it did not manage to grab anything. Roar! Immediately, an earth-shaking furious roar was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly rotated. On the other side, Xiao Yang's footsteps slowly stepped out of empty space. The moment he appeared, his eyebrows under the black robe involuntarily tightened together. He did not expect that the enormous beast would actually target him, even though he had already kept the ancient scroll into his storage ring. Of course, other than this, the other few elite Dodi on the stone platform had also noticed the current Xiao Yang. Even the action of Xiao Yang keeping the ancient scroll into his storage ring was seen by their eyes. In the blink of an eye, not only was Xiao Yang targeted by the enormous beast, but he also had to face the elite Dodi from all over the place. From the looks of it, his situation was not very good. With this thought in his mind, the enormous beast suddenly turned its body before Xiao Yang could do anything. Although its body was huge, its speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, the enormous beast had once again appeared in front of Xiao Yang. Its enormous fist danced and once again smashed furiously toward Xiao Yang's head. Xiao Yang's expression turned cold when he saw the enormous beast attacking in front of him. He was just about to intervene when the corner of his eyes glanced at the stone platform a short distance behind him. A couple of elite Dodi were standing in an orderly fashion. Do-chi surged out of their bodies. It seemed that they were waiting for Xiao Yang to take the initiative to hand over his storage ring. Xiao Yang snorted coldly in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless on the surface. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged the punch that was attacking him. Soon after, however, an even more violent fist wind once again attacked. Faced with this enormous beast, even Xiao Yang was unable to come up with any countermeasures within a short period of time. Bang! Finally, after an intense collision, Xiao Yang was unable to block the punch of the enormous beast. He was forced back by the punch. However, before the elite Dodi behind him could do anything, the enormous beast in front of him once again pounced forward, intending to give Xiao Yang a fatal blow. However, at this moment, a lightning-like black light suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yang's black robe and violently collided with the enormous fist that was heading toward him. Bang! After the attack landed, Xiao Yang's body was forced back a couple of steps under the frightening inhalation. On the other hand, the enormous beast's tightly clenched hand was actually forcefully opened by that attack. At a certain instant, Xiao Yang's eyes clearly saw that there was a fist-sized crystal stone in the palm of the enormous beast. It was unceasingly releasing energy to supply the enormous beast. That is, a spirit stone. Seeing this scene, the expression in Xiao Yang's eyes immediately hardened. At the same time, he also came up with a countermeasure in his heart. From the looks of it, the energy source of this enormous beast should be the spirit stone in its palm. As long as he could remove it, it was likely that the strength of this enormous beast would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be the time for Xiao Yang to break it. Once he thought of doing it, he took advantage of this short opportunity in front of him. The Do-chi in Xiao Yang's body began to circulate even more wildly. At the same time, a dark black tent instantly agglomerated in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yang's body also leaned forward. The next moment, when Xiao Yang's body passed through the tent, he had already appeared in the open palm of the enormous beast in front of him. Under the stunned gazes of the elite Dodi behind him, Xiao Yang grabbed the spirit stone in his palm and immediately pulled it violently. One could only hear a puff sound and the spirit stone landed in Xiao Yang's palm. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind and he kept the spirit stone into his storage ring. At the same time, the enormous palm that was spread open suddenly tightened at this moment. From the point of view of the people outside, Xiao Yang's action was undoubtedly seeking death. However, the instant the palm was pulled back, a sharp light suddenly burst out from the palm. In the next moment, all the elite Dodi present clearly saw that the indestructible palm of the enormous beast actually shattered with a bang. Genius 1 second. Remember this address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 669. This extremely sudden scene in the battleground also caused those elite Dodi, who had witnessed this scene, to feel a wave of shock in their hearts. Even the expressions on their faces could not help but become extremely interesting. This fellow. Just who is he? He is actually able to shatter the claws of this beast. Isn't this a little too frightening? This fellow's strength is not ordinary. We must not be careless. Numerous voices that were filled with solemnness were repeatedly emitted from the crowd. At this moment, Xiao Yang's body suddenly flashed and dodged the punch of the huge beast in front of him. Immediately, he flipped his hand under his sleeves and the spirit stone in his palm was stored into Xiao Yang's storage ring. After withdrawing for some distance, Xiao Yang focused his eyes and looked over. Immediately, the corner of his mouth under the black robe revealed a smile. As expected, after losing the replenishment of the spirit stone, the huge palm of the huge beast, which had been forcefully shattered by Xiao Yang, was unable to recover. At the same time, Xiao Yang also discovered that the huge body of the huge beast in front of him was no longer as solid as before. Even the speed at which it attacked had been greatly reduced. Of course, this point was also seen by those elite Dodi. However, they all attributed the reason behind this to Xiao Yang's attack earlier. Hence, they did not have much doubt. After collecting the spirit stone, Xiao Yang's eyes did not turn away because of this. Compared to the so-called treasures within the light cluster, Xiao Yang preferred these spirit stones. At this moment, the huge beast, whose attack had failed, once again waved its huge fist and charged explosively toward Xiao Yang. However, compared to before, the current Xiao Yang's expression appeared unusually calm. After losing a spirit stone, the strength of this huge beast had already been reduced by more than half. Xiao Yang no longer felt any pressure when facing it. Xiao Yang took a step back. The hand under his sleeves suddenly clenched into a fist. Powerful Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in Xiao Yang's palm. Soon after, Xiao Yang's feet heavily stepped on empty air. One could only hear a muffled bang sound and Xiao Yang's body immediately turned into a dark black flowing light. With a lightning-like speed, he heavily collided with the huge beast that was charging toward him. Bang! A loud sound appeared. Under the black robe, Xiao Yang's expression suddenly turned ruthless. Soon after, the veins on his right arm that he had struck out suddenly became violent. His seemingly thin body suddenly shook. Immediately, a frightening huge force violently shot out along with Xiao Yang's right arm. After the attack landed, Xiao Yang's body stood steadily in the empty air. On the other hand, the huge beast was actually instantly sent flying by Xiao Yang's punch. Finally, it heavily smashed onto the stone platform that was like a flight of stairs below. Such a huge contrast caused many of the elite Dodi present to throw shocked gazes at Xiao Yang. It should be known that just a moment ago, this huge beast had displayed its might under the combined attacks of so many elite Dodi. That kind of aura that could destroy the world was something that even they would have to retreat when they saw it. However, at this moment, this huge beast had become so weak in front of this black-robed person. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening this black-robed person's strength was. Of course, these people were naturally unaware of the true reason behind this. They also did not expect that the mysterious elite Dodi, whom they were shocked by in their eyes, was actually merely a 6-star band DI. It was just that he was a little unusual. Soon after, Xiao Yang's body once again flashed. His frightening speed once again shocked the entire place. At the same time, the huge beast's body on the stone platform that had burst apart emitted a bang sound and slowly scattered. At the same time, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth was lifted into a slight smile. He flipped his hand and stored the second spirit stone into his storage ring. Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned as he watched the energy light spots that gradually scattered around him. It seemed that it was just as he had thought in his heart. There were only 2 spirit stones on the huge beast's body as energy replenishment. Moreover, the spirit stones were located in the palms of the huge beast. Xiao Yang helplessly shook his head. Only then did he slowly turn around. He ignored those elite Dodi around him who had thrown shocked gazes at him. His gaze swept over the stone platform and swiftly landed on the other huge beast. In that case, it will be you. Xiao Yang laughed softly in his heart. His feet moved and his body immediately turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that huge beast. Roar! Seeing that Xiao Yang did not dodge or attack, the huge beast immediately let out a furious roar. Both of its fists were clenched tightly and it was about to throw a punch at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's face carried a cold smile when he saw this. He waved his large hand and a black ray of light immediately shot out. Xiao Yang's body once again flashed and arrived in the sky above the huge beast's head. Kai kai kai. At the same time, the dark black ray of light that shot out from Xiao Yang's sleeves suddenly soared with the wind. By the time all the elite Dodi present saw it clearly, the black ray of light had already turned into a huge snake. The huge snake twisted its body in front of everyone's shocked gazes. At the same time its huge body twisted, a kai-kai sound of rushing wind was emitted in midair. Soon after, its thick snake tail violently collided with the huge fist that was coming toward it. Bang! After the attack landed, the huge snake was forced back. At the same time, the huge fist that the huge beast had thrown out was forcefully blasted apart by the former's intentional force. At the same time, the spirit stone that it was holding tightly in its hand was also exposed to the surrounding air in an instant. However, the moment the spirit stone was exposed, a ray of light flashed past the huge beast's hand in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, the huge beast's opened palm was blasted apart by the attack. Soon after, a dark black human figure suddenly stood in the sky above the huge beast like a ghost in front of the gazes of all the elite Dodi present. By the time everyone's gazes looked over, the palm of the human figure had already landed on the huge beast's head. Numerous crack lines gradually spread from the top of the huge beast's head. Its huge body also stood still like a statue. A couple of breaths later, a low and deep thump sounded beside the ears of all the elite Dodi. Under everyone's stunned gazes, another huge beast exploded with a bang. From the beginning until the end, all of this had happened within a short 10+ breaths. In such a short period of time, a powerful elite Dodi had been so easily killed. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the elite Dodi present would definitely not have believed it in their heart. Chapter 670. The fifth one, Xiao Yang faintly counted in his heart. He swiftly stored a fist-sized spirit stone into his storage ring. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the remaining 5 huge beasts. Within a short moment, half of the 10 huge beasts had already died in Xiao Yang's hands. This scene also caused the surrounding elite Dodi's faces to involuntarily reveal stunned expressions. The strength of the man and beast in front of them could really be described as frightening. When the two of them attacked together, this enormous beast, which caused the other elite Dodi present to feel a grave expression, had become just like an ordinary magical beast in front of these two fellows. It was almost as if it was a magical beast. Xiao Yang withdrew his gaze. He once again raised his head and looked at the remaining 5 huge beasts. A cluster of excited flames surged out of his pair of dark black eyes. These huge beasts, which were so terrifyingly strong in the eyes of others and which no one dared to fight against, were just like. Noticing that Xiao Yang's gaze had shot over, the 5 huge beasts appeared to be frightened. Their mouths emitted low and deep beastly roars as their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Although they were formations and did not possess the intelligence of a human, they could clearly sense a threat from this black-robed person in front of them. A threat that was sufficient to destroy them. Oh, they actually know fear. This is a strange thing. However, seeing that these huge beasts actually knew fear, Xiao Yang involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He immediately laughed softly. He glanced at the narwhal snake that was hovering in the empty space beside him and was about to attack once again. However, at this moment, an ancient and powerful aura suddenly swept across this space like an invisible storm. A frightening pressure descended on everyone's heads. Under this aura pressure, everyone present had a change in expression. Even with Xiao Yang's strength, he also felt quite a great pressure under this aura pressure. Although this aura was quite frightening, A heated expression involuntarily surged into the eyes of all the elite Do-Di present when they raised their heads to look at the source of this aura. This aura might be frightening, but at the same time, it also indicated to all the elite Do-Di present just how great this strength was. As long as someone could obtain this power, everyone present today would most likely be trampled underfoot. What a terrifying power! What exactly is this thing? It's actually so powerful. The group of elite Do-Di on the stone stage revealed shocked faces as they lifted their heads to look at the top of the stone stage. Under the pressure of this aura, even the flow of Do-Chi within their bodies had slowed. Soon after, quite a number of elite Do-Di present began to raise the Do-Chi within their bodies under the push of desire. An enormous aura immediately soared to the sky from the stone stage. Their aura was like a rainbow. Human figures flashed and dozens of elite Do-Di's bodies moved. They stepped onto the stone stage and rushed upward. However, everyone's expressions suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. The instant their feet stepped onto the stone platform, these elite Do-Di immediately sensed that the aura and pressure that were pressing on their bodies had suddenly soared by a level. The pressure on this stone stage actually became stronger the higher it rose. Each time one stepped onto the stone stage, the pressure on the stone stage would become increasingly frightening. It was really difficult to imagine just how frightening the aura pressure that the members of the four great clans were currently enduring at the top of the stone stage was. Although there was a pressure blocking it, the hearts of all the elite Do-Di present were unwilling to give up in the face of benefits regardless of how strong this pressure was. After witnessing the strangeness of this stone stage, the group of elite Do-Di once again moved. The Do-Chi within their bodies continued to spew out. There was a powerful pressure above their heads as they swiftly flew toward the top of the stone stage like a hot knife through butter. After everyone, Xiao Yang once again twisted his body. After using the black robe to remove a portion of the pressure, his body swiftly flew toward the top of the stone stage. Since he had come, Xiao Yang would naturally not miss out on such a good show. Regardless of the final result, if he did not go all out, how would he know if he would be able to obtain any benefits from this remains? Each time Xiao Yang's body stepped onto a step of the stone stage, the pressure above his head seemed to increase by another 500 kilograms. Within a short moment, the elite Do-Di, who were originally swiftly flying, could only helplessly stand on the stone stage. Their faces were flushed red. Other than an extremely small number of elite Do-Di who were still able to forcefully endure the pressure and slowly rush upward, most of the people were trembling as they slowly walked on the stone stage. At a glance, they appeared to be old men past their prime. Their movements were slow and appeared to be strenuous. There were even some whose faces were pale. Their entire bodies were exhausted as they lay on the ground. Their hearts were filled with struggle, but their bodies were unable to support them. Even though their hearts were filled with unwillingness, they could only helplessly give up. In the face of this frightening pressure, all of the elite Do-Di present could only complain endlessly in their hearts. Ha ha, a group of trash. All you know is to train your Do-Chi all day long. You don't even place us physical practitioners in your eyes. Now, you finally know how to complain. At a higher position on the stone stage, there were a couple of large burly bearded men with savage smiles on their faces. Their words were filled with ridicule as they looked at the group of elite Do-Di below, who were having a difficult time moving forward. Although their strength was only at the intermediate level of a one-star Do-Di, their hearts were currently filled with cold laughter when compared to these people below. Most of the elite Do-Di had already given up on continuing to train their physical strength. This was because from the way they saw it, the only thing that could be of use in a battle was Do-Chi and not brute force. Brute force might be overbearing, but it was ultimately unable to withstand a single blow in front of Do-Chi. At the very least, this was what these elite Do-Di thought in their hearts. Of course, this point was indeed displayed during ordinary training. The strength obtained from training Do-Chi alone was often stronger than those who trained their physical body at the same time. This allowed most elite Do-Di to suppress some physical practitioners. Of course, Wu Jitian from the battle martial sect was an exception. The Qi method that Wu Jitian practiced focused on strength. While training Do-Chi, it was also able to increase the strength of his physical body. The two complemented each other, allowing him to walk further on the path of body refinement. However, it was also because of this point that he was destined to only be able to train his physical strength to the highest level of his chi method and would not be able to advance even an inch. The faces of the elite Do-Di below trembled in anger after the cold laughter from the mouths of the few large men with curly beards was emitted. However, they were helpless as this frightening pressure caused them to lose most of their fighting strength. Even if they fully maneuvered the Do-Chi within their bodies, it was very difficult for them to unleash even half of their usual strength. Who is that fellow? Isn't that the fellow from earlier? It seems that he was the one who joined hands with a large snake to finish off the 5 huge beast. But why is his speed? The few large men with curly beards on the high ground of the stone platform revealed surprise in their eyes as they looked at the black-robed person below who was swiftly rushing up without reducing his speed. Numerous words that were filled with surprise were repeatedly emitted from their mouths. In the end, the expressions on the few large men's faces became incredulous. Their eyes were dull as they stared at the black-robed person below. Even when the latter had already arrived in front of them, the speed of his feet still did not slow down in the slightest. This fellow, isn't he a little too frightening? Within a short few minutes, his footsteps had crossed over 100 steps. Moreover, his speed did not change during this period of time. It was as though the frightening pressure that covered this space did not affect him at all. The few burly men looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were all filled with deep shock. To be able to do this, the black-robed person in front of them was either terrifyingly strong or, it was because his physical strength had already reached a terrifying level. The expressions in the eyes of the few large men suddenly solidified when they thought of this. Regardless of which point it was, all of them proved just how frightening this black-robed person in front of them was. A fire glow flowed within Xiao Yang's dark black eyes under the black robe. Purple-gold dragon scales covered his entire body under the black robe. Dust rose with each step that Xiao Yang took, forming a small hurricane. His body did not pause as it continued to rush forward. Chapter 671. Step. On the stone platform that was shrouded in golden light, as the doctor's heavy footsteps sounded, a black figure had already disappeared with lightning speed from the stone platform that was 1 level higher. Unlike those elite Do-Di who had difficulty moving, Xiao Yang would leave a shallow footprint on the golden stone platform with each step he took. At the same time, his body did not pause even a little. With just 1 step, he had forcefully leaped over 10 steps. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang had pulled apart quite a large distance from the group of elite Do-Di behind him. Despite this, Xiao Yang's unmoving speed did not slow down even a little during this period of time. Moreover, it actually showed signs of continuing to rise. This point caused the facial muscles of the elite Do-Di behind Xiao Yang to twitch for quite a while. Even if he wanted to attack someone, he should not attack them in such a manner. Of course, while their hearts were shocked by Xiao Yang's speed, those elite Do-Di also felt extremely regretful in their hearts. Normally, they clearly had a large amount of time to train their physical strength. However, they had ultimately chosen to give up. Now that they had truly reached a critical juncture, these usually arrogant Do-Di finally knew how to complain in their hearts. Unfortunately, it was already too late. At the very least, they were destined to not be able to obtain the true treasure during this trip to the remains. As time slowly flowed by, there were very few elite Do-Di who were able to stand halfway up the stone platform. Even the members of the 4 great clans were sitting cross-legged near the top of the stone platform. Their auras were unstable as they tried their best to recover the Do-Chi that they had exhausted within their bodies. Compared to those ordinary Do-Di below, the members of the 4 great clans relied on the strength of their Do-Chi to forcefully endure all the way up. Although they had already neared the top of the stone platform, they had already exhausted quite a lot of the Do-Chi within their bodies. In order to allow themselves to have the strength to face the various dangers that might appear at the top of the stone platform, they had no choice but to rest here. Under this kind of situation, it was likely that only Xiao Yang was able to maintain his speed and continue to charge up on the stone platform. As Xiao Yang approached the top of the stone platform, the aura and pressure that he felt around him also became increasingly frightening. At this moment, even with the strength of Xiao Yang's physical body, he could not help but feel an extremely heavy pressure. This was an extremely frightening phenomenon. Once it appeared, it indicated that the aura and pressure that Xiao Yang would have to endure would be a couple of times or even dozens of times greater. Despite this, Xiao Yang could only go all out and fight with all his might. The sun might be bright after the rain, but before that, the entire world would have to experience the baptism of a storm. At this moment, Xiao Yang was in this situation. This aura and pressure might be frightening, but as long as he was able to endure it, it would also be quite beneficial to Xiao Yang. The training of one's physical body could only be raised to the greatest extent in adversity. At this moment, this pressure that covered the entire stone platform was the best opportunity for Xiao Yang. Stomp, as his foot landed, Xiao Yang's body also suddenly bent downwards. The frightening aura and pressure was like a mountain that heavily pressed down on Xiao Yang's back, causing his breathing to suddenly become sluggish. The body under the black robe could not help but tremble intensely. The muscles on his face could not help but become a little distorted. Soon after, Xiao Yang violently clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. Green veins bulged on his forehead, twisting like numerous small snakes. The face under the black robe had become ferocious at this moment. His body suddenly shook and Do Qi gushed out from under his feet. Xiao Yang's slightly squatted body suddenly shot forward. Powerful Do Qi continued to erupt from the center of his feet. Waves of bang-bang sounds continuously resounded on the stone platform. Huff, after taking 100 consecutive steps, Xiao Yang was finally unable to endure the extremely powerful and frightening aura and pressure around him. The moment his final foot landed, the human figure under the black robe also sat on the ground with a plop sound. The breath in his mouth was hurried and heavy as he panted. Damn it, Xiao Yang cursed unwillingly in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the top of the stone platform that was already not far away. He could not help but feel a sense of regret in his heart. He did not expect that he would actually fall at such a moment after using all his strength. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. In order to reach the top of the stone platform, Xiao Yang had already used all of his strength. However, he did not expect that he would ultimately fall at this place. Seeing that the top of the stone platform was already within reach, it was likely that no one would feel good in their heart at this moment. At an even higher position on the stone platform, the few people from the 4 great clans had already noticed the black-robed Xiao Yang. The gazes of the people from the 4 great clans were solemn as they stared at Xiao Yang, who was a short distance away. The eyes of the 4 great clans were filled with incomparable shock. This mysterious black-robed person was actually able to continuously take 100 steps under this frightening aura and pressure that even they had difficulty contending with. This really caused them to feel a sense of disbelief. This person's physical body is really strong. Huobei's eyes revealed a solemn expression as he stared at Xiao Yang below. Even he, who had always been arrogant, could not help but feel shocked by the physical strength of the black-robed person in front of him. From the fact that the black-robed person did not use any Do Qi, it was likely that the latter had relied on his own physical strength to land in this position. With Huobei's eyesight as a 3-star Do Di, he would naturally not be wrong about this. Bai Ying and Zhuo Bentang, who were seated a short distance away, involuntarily nodded when these words were uttered. They usually did not have many people, but the strength of the physical body of the person in front of them caused them to have no choice but to admit it. At the very least, there was no one in their 4 clans who possessed such a powerful physical body. Sun Shoror might have gradually awakened from his grief and fury earlier, but the expression on his face was incomparably cold. Even the people from the 3 clans beside him tried their best to maintain a distance from him. This fellow has finally stopped. I thought that he would continue to charge to the top of the stone platform. Bai Ying's eyes stared at Xiao Yang, who had fallen to the ground. A glint flashed deep within his eyes before he bitterly laughed. This remains was the home ground of their 4 great clans. If the limelight was stolen by someone else, where would the face of their 4 great clans go? After Bai Ying's words sounded, the other 2 clans beside him also looked at the mysterious black-robed man below. Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo clan originally had a calm expression, but because of Bai Ying's words, a slight ripple appeared on his face. It seemed that the mysterious expert whom they had met outside the remains had not appeared since they had entered the remains. Yet, this person in front of him was coincidentally wearing a black robe. This involuntarily caused some thoughts to form in Zhuo Lin's heart. At the same time, the narwhal snake, which was originally resting on Xiao Yang's arm, quietly popped its head out at this moment. He, Brother Xiao Yang is indeed powerful. It is unexpected that you are actually able to charge to this place within such a short period of time in front of this pressure that causes even me to feel a headache. TSK, the strength of your physical body is really frightening. If you do not possess the aura of a human, I would have suspected that you are a magical beast that has transformed into a human form. Hearing this, Xiao Yang helplessly shook his head. He sighed softly, frowned and sighed. So what? I still can't go up. Xiao Yang was helpless. At the same time that he felt a sense of loss in his heart, he felt that the pressure from the pressure around him was gradually increasing. Even his breathing had become a little difficult. Even if you can't go up, there's still me. The narwhal snake snickered and slyly said. Hey! The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes hardened slightly. Only then did he recall that this small snake had been hiding under his sleeves. It was not pressured by the surrounding aura. Although his aura was weak now, the narwhal snake was in its best condition. Xiao Yang was immediately overjoyed when he thought of this. Soon after, the narwhal snake's small and exquisite body under Xiao Yang's sleeves suddenly twisted and slid out of the sleeves. It was completely exposed in the air and welcomed the terrifying aura that attacked from all directions. Soon after, a dark black dough qi swiftly surged on the surface of the narwhal snake's body. Even its small body swiftly became huge at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into its original body, a super huge python with a huge body. Roar. The instant it appeared, the narwhal snake's mouth involuntarily emitted a roar that resounded through the sky. At the same time, its enormous body suddenly trembled. Dough qi surged wildly, causing the empty space around it to involuntarily form circular water-like spatial ripples. Even the terrifying aura that covered the entire stone platform was shaken back a little by this earth-shaking roar. What is going on? This is the narwhal snake. Isn't it rumored to be extinct? It is unexpected that it would actually appear here. A Doe Di class narwhal snake. This is not easy to deal with. The key point is what exactly is this beast planning to do now? On the tall platform, the few people from the 4 great clans stared at the narwhal snake, which had suddenly scuttled out from Xiao Yang's sleeves. Surprise was written all over their faces. The thing that caused their hearts to be even more shocked was that the aura and pressure within this space actually began to fluctuate following the narwhal snake's roar. I heard that the narwhal snake's bloodline is special and is able to suppress many opponents who are stronger than it. Looking at it today, it is indeed extraordinary. However, it is actually able to create such a mighty aura with just the strength of a 1-star Doe Di. If one is able to tame it and use it for oneself. Hua Bie's gaze was locked tightly as he stared at the narwhal snake. One of his words went without saying. Humph, Hua Bie, it is best that you withdraw those thoughts. Can't you see that this narwhal snake already has an owner? Even its strength has reached the level of a 1-star Doe Di. Do you think that the strength of its owner would be weaker than it? Bai Ying merely turned his head around with a cold smile when he heard the words from Hua Bie's mouth. His mouth emitted a sneer as he coldly spoke. That may not be the case. Just as Hua Bie frowned and was about to refute the words from Bai Ying's mouth, Zhuo Lin, who had been carefully observing Xiao Yang from the Zhuo clan's side, slowly opened his mouth at this moment. The hearts of the people from the Hua clan and the Bai clan immediately turned cold when his words sounded. If these words were uttered from someone else's mouth, they might snort disdainfully. However, they had no choice but to treat these words with caution when they were uttered from Zhuo Lin's mouth. Among the people from these 2 clans, especially Bai Ying from the Bai clan, the expression deep within his eyes involuntarily flickered when he heard the words that were suddenly emitted from Zhuo Lin's mouth. In his heart, Bai Ying already had some guesses about this black-robed person in front of him. However, it would not be a good thing if the black-robed person's identity was exposed at this moment. In that case, Zhuolin has already guessed something? Hua Bie's round eyes rotated for a moment before he laughed out loud. From the meaning within his words, it seemed that he was completely unconcerned. It was as though he did not believe what Zhuolin had said earlier. You wish to know? Zhuolin's expression was calm. His pair of sword-like eyes stared straight at Hua Bie as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Ha, what's there to be curious about? I merely heard Zhuolin's words and was a little curious, so I asked casually. Hearing this, Hua Bie could not help but be slightly taken aback. He immediately regained his senses and laughed out loud, but he shifted his gaze away. Although Zhuolin's strength was inferior to his, the sharpness that seeped out from the latter's bones made it so that no one dared to clash head-on with him. Seeing this, Zhuolin's anger turned as he looked at Bai Ying. Seeing this, the latter smiled slightly and also shifted his gaze away. Facing Zhuolin, even with Bai Ying's old and experienced temperament, he did not dare to be careless. At the same time, Xiao Yang, who was not far below the people from the four great clans, was like a fish in water the moment the powerful aura around him dissipated. He instantly stood up from the ground and his entire body rapidly recovered. Ha, let's go. Allow me to bring you up. The narwhal snake laughed out loud. It twisted its enormous snake tail and forcefully pulled Xiao Yang into it by the time he recovered. Its enormous body suddenly shook and Doqi rippled, forcefully forcing back the aura around it. Soon after, its enormous body immediately turned into a ray of black light. It was like a shooting star chasing after the moon as it charged toward the top of the stone platform. Regardless of how terrifying the aura around it was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang involuntarily felt a wave of surprise in his heart. The narwhal snake was indeed worthy of being one of the top in the magical beast world. The strength of its physical body was more than just a little stronger than Xiao Yang. It was actually able to charge forward at such a fast speed in the face of such a terrifying aura. It could really be described as terrifying. Swoosh! As the sharp sound of wind breaking resounded beside the members of the four great clans, the terrifying aura and pressure in the sky was forcefully broken apart by the narwhal snake. A hurricane swept across, blowing up the sleeves of the few people who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform. It was only at this moment that the few of them finally reacted. Immediately, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly looked over. However, when they turned their heads to look, the enormous body of the narwhal snake had already left them far behind. In the blink of an eye, the enormous body of the narwhal snake was already standing at the top of the enormous stone platform. Genius remembered the address of this website in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 672. Xiao Yang stood at the top of the stone platform and sensed the frightening aura and pressure around him completely disappear. His body appeared to have been relieved of a heavy burden. Lifting his gaze, Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with caution and curiosity as he looked ahead. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiao Yang was not an endless flight of stairs like before. Instead, it was an extremely large square. The square was circular in shape and mysterious runes were engraved all over the ground. From these runes, it was not difficult to tell that this should be a formation. The size of the formation was included within this open ground. It was 1,000 feet away from where Xiao Yang was currently standing. Looking over, there were huge stone piers placed around the square. The stone piers were carved into the shape of lotuses. They were of different shapes and not a single one of them was the same. Counting carefully, there were a total of 31 stone piers. They maintained a certain distance from each other and surrounded the square. Coincidentally, there was a stone pier not far from Xiao Yang's side. The lotus on it was in the shape of a blooming lotus. Although it was carved out of stone, it looked very lifelike. It actually looked like a real lotus swaying in the air. After looking around, Xiao Yang's gaze shifted to the center of the square. At a glance, at the center of the square, there was a huge statue standing leisurely. The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw this statue. His eyes shrunk slightly. The appearance of this statue was shockingly that of an absolute beauty with an appearance that could topple a city. However, What surprised Xiao Yang at this moment was that the statue's appearance was actually the appearance of the woman that Xiao Yang had seen in the maze when he had just entered the ruins. So, she is the owner of this ruin? Nodding his head gently, Xiao Yang muttered softly in his mouth. Then, the narwhal snake beside him moved its body and turned into the small snake's exquisite appearance again. It floated in the void beside Xiao Yang, and a pair of bright pearl-like eyes looked around curiously. Without Xiao Yang's permission, it did not dare to wander around. Hehe, this Mister's strength is really extraordinary. To think that our group of people have spent a lot of effort in order to climb up here, but I didn't expect Mister to climb up here so easily. I really admire you. At this moment, a familiar laughter sounded from behind Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang turned around and looked. The person who spoke was the leader of the Hua family, Hua Ba. Beside him was Hua Tianyi, whose face was slightly pale. With the latter's strength, it was obviously not possible for him to withstand the pressure alone to reach this place. Thinking about it, Hua Ba's help was not indispensable. Otherwise, with Hua Ba's strength, it would not take him such a long time to reach this place. Seeing the two of them, Xiao Yang's eyes swiftly swept over them under the black robe. However, he did not dare to stay for too long. The other party was a genuine elite Do Di. If he were to recklessly investigate, it would only give the other party an opportunity to expose him. This was not something that Xiao Yang wished to see happen. His gaze swiftly swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yang looked behind the two of them. Since the members of the Hua family had already arrived, the other three families should also be here. Sure enough, at the same time that Xiao Yang raised his eyes, Bai Ying from the Bai family, Sun Shuo from the Sun family, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo family had also appeared in Xiao Yang's sight. Haha, this Mister's strength is really great. I am the head of the Bai family, Bai Ying. May I know Mister's name? Bai Ying, who was wearing a white robe, cupped his hands toward Xiao Yang and spoke in a respectful tone. Once these words were spoken, the other three families immediately turned their gazes over. However, at this moment, the narwhal snake that was floating in the empty space beside Xiao Yang suddenly opened its mouth. A hissing roar was immediately emitted from its mouth. Immediately, the expressions of the people from the four great clans changed as they hurriedly pulled back. Roar. After the roar sounded, the people from the four great clans finally turned their gazes toward the narwhal snake with resentful faces. This small snake in front of them might appear harmless, but after witnessing the scene earlier, even though everyone present was an elite Do Di, their hearts did not dare to underestimate this small snake in front of them. After all, it was an elite Do Di. Moreover, it was a magical beast. Its strength was originally very powerful. Additionally, it happened to be one of the best in the magical beast world. This caused others to not dare to underestimate it. With the narwhal snake blocking them, the people from the four great clans were ultimately unable to obtain the answer that they wanted to hear. Hence, they could only look at each other and suppress the doubt and unwillingness in their hearts. Everyone scattered. Soon after, they focused their eyes and looked over. After a couple of exclamations, everyone's gazes finally paused on the statue in the middle of the square. The statue was of an absolute beauty. At this moment, a cluster of flame-like golden light slowly rose between the two raised palms of the statue. It emitted a glaring golden light that caused one to not dare to look directly at it. This is, from the looks of it, that pressure should be emitted from that thing. Inheritance strength her. No wonder it is so powerful. The people from the four great clans stared at the cluster of light with different expressions. A glint shot out from each of their eyes. At the same time, the hearts of these few people were also filled with various thoughts at this moment. However, in the end, no one was willing to step forward and give it a try after everyone's gazes slowly swept over the formation on the ground of the square. A formation left behind by such a strong person would naturally not be so easily eroded by time. From the looks of it now, this formation should require someone to trigger it. After which, the entire stone platform would truly come alive. However, no one knew what kind of frightening formation they would have to face at that time. Ta-ta-ta. It was also at this moment that a series of heavy footsteps gradually sounded from behind everyone. Everyone turned around and looked. It was actually those elite Do-Di behind them. There was finally someone who had forcefully endured and climbed to this place. Time flowed by. Around 2 hours later, nearly 30 elite Do-Di had finally gathered at a corner of this large open ground. This number of elite Do-Di was sufficient to allow them to sweep through any faction in the western region. This was something that even the 4 large sects were no exception to. Of course, the target of this group of people at this moment was not the 4 great sects. Instead, it was the golden light cluster in the palm of the statue in front of them. Everyone faced each other. However, no one dared to move. This was because no one could guarantee just what kind of frightening danger was hidden within the area covered by the formation. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 673. The quiet atmosphere in the square continued for a long time. Everyone's eyes were fiery hot as they stared at the golden light cluster in the hand of the statue in the middle of the square. However, no one dared to step forward and give it a try. The 10 huge beasts from earlier were already this frightening. Now that this large formation was placed in front of them, how could its strength be inferior? For the sake of their own lives, no one present, regardless of whether it was the 4 great clans or those Do-Di who had hurried over later, dared to step forward. Everyone in the square stood in a scattered manner. Each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. They faced each other and were cautious of each other. At this moment, Xiao Yang, who was hiding under a black robe, had also leaped into the crowd after those elite Do-Di had arrived. The eyes under the black robe swept back and forth across the square. His heart was calm. Xiao Yang knew that the more it was at such a time, the calmer one must be when dealing with matters. Everyone knew that the inheritance was precious. Who present did not have a compassionate heart toward it? However, it was also because of this that he needed to be even calmer. As the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. The first person to enter the large formation would definitely not have a good ending. Xiao Yang was not stupid to such an extent. Following the silence of the crowd, the atmosphere in the arena also became exceptionally solemn and tense. Even their breathing had become cautious. Everyone's hearts felt as though there was an invisible boulder pressing down on them. Once that boulder was completely pressed down, everyone present would immediately boil like a pot of boiling oil. However, before this, they needed to use a warm flame to gradually heat it up. Time slowly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already stood at the top of the stone platform for 4 hours. At this moment, the originally quiet elite Do-Di in the square began to become restless one after another. A prolonged wait without an end was not something that they were willing to see. This group of people could not possibly wait for the large formation to gradually disappear with the migration of time. Even if Xiao Yang could wait, the people from the 4 great clans would definitely not be able to wait. Damn it. Everyone seated here is at the very least an elite Do-Di. It is unexpected that we would actually be frightened by a large formation that has not been activated. Don't tell me that everyone will continue to wait here forever if this large formation does not disappear. Suddenly, a cold snort that was mixed with gloominess and disdain was emitted from the crowd, causing quite a number of people present to throw their gazes over. Under the black robe, Xiao Yang's face was expressionless. However, in his heart, he knew that the calm surface of the lake was finally about to be broken by this sudden rock. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the faces of the people from the 4 great clans. After waiting for so long, they had finally waited for this moment. What a joke. Since you're not afraid, why are you still standing here? Go and experience it yourself. See if this grand formation exists in name only. Perhaps the energy within has already dissipated due to the passage of time. If you give it a try, perhaps the inheritance will be yours, right? That's right. You clearly know that this formation is frightening, yet you still dare to boldly urge us. Since we are all elite Do-Di, you should go if you are not afraid. Soon after, numerous words that were filled with various meanings were continuously spat out from the crowd. In an instant, the old man, who had been the first to speak, had a green expression on his old face. Even though this was the case, the words from those people's mouths did not stop. It seemed that they were intentionally trying to infuriate him. Bastard! Since you don't dare to enter, allow the old me to send you in." Suddenly, the old man emitted a furious cry from his mouth. He beckoned with his large hand and a dark black metal rod immediately appeared in the old man's hand. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. The expression in their eyes immediately changed. Some surprise involuntarily surged into their eyes when they looked at the old man. This is actually the coiling dragon rod. Since this is the coiling dragon rod, doesn't it mean that he is Mu Kunlun? TSK, I heard that this fellow has killed quite a number of elite Do-Di of the same level. It is unexpected that even he has been attracted to the desolate ancient remains this time around. At this moment, the metal rod that had appeared in the old man's hand was surprisingly a rod that had the thickness of an ordinary person's calf. It was around 10 feet long and had a dark black dragon carved on it. When the people present saw the iron rod, their gazes towards the old man were immediately filled with shock. They were extremely fearful of him in their hearts. They were all elite Do-Di, but the number of elite Do-Di who had died in the hands of this old man had already exceeded the number of one hand. It was not difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength of this old man was. It was likely that his strength could be considered top even when placed among all the elite Do-Di present. Even Xiao Yang, who was wearing a black robe, could not help but reveal a surprised expression within his dark black eyes when he heard the evaluation of the old man from the few people beside him. From this battle result, one could really see the strength of this old man. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily sank a little when he thought of this. It seemed that the 4 great clans were not the only ones with great strength in this trip to the remains. Even these lone wolves would not be an ordinary person if their strength could reach such a level. After the metal rod in the old man's hand was revealed, the few elite Do-Di, who had spoken rudely to him earlier, immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, the expression on their faces suddenly became solemn. Clearly, they had also heard of this Mu Kunlun's name. "You are actually Mu Kunlun." A fat old man, who was facing Mu Kunlun in the battleground at this moment, revealed a solemn expression. No one present dared to underestimate him when facing him. "Since you have heard of the old Mi's name, then, you should obediently roll in for the old Mi." Mu Kunlun's target was clearly the fat old man on the opposite side. Hence, the coiling dragon rod in his hand was suddenly swung while a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The end of the metal rod was violently swung through the empty air. The wind that it carried instantly shattered the rock floor under his feet, leaving behind a deep groove. At the same time, the old man's body suddenly shot out at this moment. The metal rod was swung and emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind in the midair. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the fat old man. The fat old man's heart immediately became solemn when faced with Mu Kunlun, who had attacked without saying anything. He did not dare to be careless on the surface. At the same time that he raised his head furiously, the Do-Chi within his body swiftly flowed through the veins of his entire body. He clenched his large hand and an enormous axe appeared in the hand of this fat old man. "Mitch, let me see if you, Mu Kunlun, are really as strong as what the outside world says." The fat old man let out a furious cry. His thick and short legs abruptly shook. Immediately, his body rushed into the midair and violently smashed toward Mu Kunlun, who was charging toward him. Although this old man appeared fat, his speed was not inferior to Mu Kunlun's, who had a strong body. His entire body was like a meatball as he somersaulted in the air. The large axe in his hand was swung and instantly tore through the empty space. Then, he viciously hacked down on Mu Kunlun's head. From the looks of it, it seemed as though he wanted to forcefully split the latter into two. HMPH, insignificant skill. Mu Kunlun coldly laughed when he saw this. The Do-Chi within his body churned and swiftly flowed through his arm and poured into the coiling dragon rod in his hand. Soon after, the metal rod danced. The moment the enormous axe fell toward him, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand shook and his body suddenly rose. Soon after, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand was swung when the enormous axe of the fat old man missed. From top to bottom, the metal rod with the end of the dragon tail heavily smashed into the chest of the fat old man. Bang! A loud sound was emitted. The fat old man's body immediately shot back uncontrollably. Finally, He violently smashed into the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Grug, the fat old man involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bright red fresh blood the moment he stood up. Soon after, however, the corner of his bloody mouth was lifted into a ferocious smile. He stared at Mu Kunlun in the sky above the crowd and laughed in a stern manner. Mu Kunlun, you are actually only SOSO. With just this rod, you are still far from being able to truly injure me. Although he had spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the overall aura of this fat old man did not decrease by even a little. His bright red tongue violently licked his thick lips. The old man stood up, swung the enormous axe in his hand, and was about to attack once again. Ha ha, that's right. This rod of mine is indeed unable to injure a pig like you. However, it is able to take your life. Mu Kunlun suddenly laughed sternly at the end of his words. His words contained traces of dense coldness. The fat old man only suddenly recovered after hearing these words. His gaze hurriedly turned away from the pitiful smiles on the corner of the Dodi's mouths in the distance. He lowered his head to take a look. At this moment, numerous crooked mysterious symbols were emitting waves of glaring golden light under his feet, causing one to be unable to look directly at them. This is, no. The fat old man let out two sharp cries from his mouth. He suddenly moved his body and did his best to wildly rush out of the large formation under his feet without even turning his head back. However, at this moment, an arrow-like sharp golden light suddenly shot over from behind the fat old man. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully penetrated the chest of this fat old man. At the same time, the old man's body, which was wildly running forward, suddenly paused in midair. The life within his eyes swiftly disappeared, transforming into a dark black hole. Soon after, he fell heavily onto the ground. After which, the thumb-sized hole that penetrated his chest gradually widened. Golden light covered it. Finally, the fat old man's body strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. The hearts of everyone present suddenly became cold when they saw this scene. A chill that seeped into their hearts swiftly rose within their hearts. Chapter 674. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily pounded when they saw this strange scene that had appeared in front of them. The shock in their hearts was like a yellow river that had suddenly swept out. However, at the same time, a heated emotion rose within the hearts of all the elite Dodi present. Although the large formation in front of them was frightening, it at the very least allowed them to have some confidence in their hearts. As the saying goes, only by knowing oneself and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. All unfamiliar dangers were the most frightening in one's heart. Compared to the former, this large formation might appear quite powerful at this moment, but it at the very least caused all the elite Dodi present to sigh in relief in their hearts. Kai. However, while everyone was panting in their hearts, numerous kai sounds of rushing air suddenly sounded in this enormous square. Immediately, the hearts of everyone present were greatly shocked. Numerous pairs of eyes immediately looked in the direction where the sound had originated from. Over there. It's that stone block. There's also this side. This stone block is the same. In front of everyone's eyes, they could see numerous golden light pillars continuously rising from the 31 stone blocks in the square. In the blink of an eye, each of the 31 stone blocks had a light pillar that shot to the sky and entered the invisible empty space. Soon after, the 31 golden light pillars shot out from each of the 31 golden light pillars high in the sky. They merged with each other in the sky and gradually formed an enormous formation that covered the entire square. A glaring golden light hung high in the middle of the formation like a sun. The golden light was dazzling and eye-catching. However, these elite Dodi were unable to feel even the slightest emotion in their hearts in the face of this majestic scene that caused one to sigh in admiration. If one were to say that there was something, it could only be fear. Following the activation of this large formation, everyone present could clearly see that the lotus stone blocks around the square actually began to slowly rotate. At the same time, numerous obscure mysterious symbols gradually became clear on the surface of the stone blocks. A glaring golden light was emitted from the lotus core. All the elite Dodi present ignored this small change in the stone blocks. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the enormous formation in the sky. The golden light flashed and a bright glow was reflected from the eyes of all the elite Dodi. It was just like the stars in the night sky, bright and glaring. Kai. Suddenly, the cluster of sun-like golden light suddenly brightened while all the elite Dodi present focused their eyes. Soon after, a kai-kai sound of air being split appeared and a 10-foot-thick golden light pillar suddenly shot out from the cluster of golden light. In an instant, it tore through the empty space. It was just like a meteor falling from the sky as it charged toward the elite Dodi below. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of everyone present to suddenly change. The group of elite Dodi, who had been gathered together a moment ago, had scattered like birds and beasts the next moment. Even so, the speed of the golden light was not slow at all. In the end, there were still 2 old men who were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies were instantly pierced by the golden light pillar. In front of the golden-colored light pillar, the Do-Chi armor that was agglomerated on the surface of their bodies was like tofu. It was instantly destroyed by the golden-colored light pillar in an extremely easy manner. Soon after, the crowd that had scattered in all directions stopped their bodies. They turned their eyes back and looked over. The 2 elite Dodi, whose strength was not the least bit weak, had turned into golden light that permeated the sky under the golden-colored light pillar. The hearts of everyone present suddenly paled when they saw this scene. Those 2 were also elite Dodi. Yet, they did not have the ability to resist the golden light pillar. Even though everyone present boasted of their extraordinary strength, they still involuntarily felt a chill that seeped into their hearts when faced with this golden light pillar. This formation, isn't it a little too frightening? The eyes of quite a number of elite Dodi within the crowd were shocked as they looked at the enormous formation in the sky. This was especially the case when they looked at the golden light cluster. Their eyes revealed a deep fear. Although they had come for the treasures within the remains, they had never thought that they would die in this place. They boasted of their great strength. Being elite Dodi, there were very few people in the entire western region who could kill them. Yet, even someone as strong as a Dodi was unable to survive for more than a second under this formation. How could this not cause fear to form in their hearts? However, just as a portion of the elite Dodi were about to turn their heads and withdraw, they realized that there was no longer any path of retreat around the stone platform. The stone steps from earlier had already disappeared. Currently, all they could see was a bottomless abyss. At this moment, all the elite Dodi present finally recovered. This included the people from the 4 great clans. A grave expression was written on everyone's faces. There was no path of retreat. The formation in front of them was so frightening that they did not have the ability to fight back. From the looks of it, this group of people seemed to have fallen into a hopeless situation. Xiao Yang, who was wearing a black robe in the air, had an incomparably grave expression on his face under the black robe. A pair of dark black eyes repeatedly swept over the entire open ground, hoping to find a thread of survival. However, when Xiao Yang looked around, all he saw was bright golden light all over the place. He was unable to find any openings. Thinking about it at this moment, it was likely that the deepest part of the remains was a trap. It was likely that the owner of the remains did not intend to leave behind his cultivation inheritance. Damn it! There are no openings. Don't tell me that we can only wait for death here. Xiao Yang frowned tightly under the black robe. His hands under his sleeves had unknowingly clenched into fists. Even with Xiao Yang's calm state of mind, he was unable to continue to remain calm in this kind of hopeless situation. At this moment, the huge formation in the sky began to operate once again. Dazzling golden light suddenly shot out and the entire square was instantly enveloped by the golden light. Everyone present could not help but shut their eyes. Soon after, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out once again. This time around, the formation's attack was even more ferocious than before. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out beside everyone's ears, miserable shrieks immediately rang out from the 2 groups of people who were standing in 2 different places. The crowd in the sky once again fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the golden light that covered the open ground had already scattered. Everyone raised their eyes. Only then did they see 2 golden light pillars descending from the sky. This time around, the golden light had killed nearly 10 elite Dodi in one go. 10 Do Di. If they were placed in the western region in the outside world, they would be terrifying existences that could do whatever they wanted. However, they had disappeared in the blink of an eye within the remains. Chapter 675. Everyone present, whose faces were filled with shock, only gradually recovered when the golden light pillar gradually scattered. Everyone's faces had some lingering fear as they looked at the spot where the golden light pillar had disappeared. At that spot, over 10 elite Do Dis had lost their lives. Fear surged within everyone's hearts. At this moment, even Xiao Yang could only helplessly maneuver the Do Qi within his body, preparing to face any unexpected change in the situation. Kai. Soon after, before everyone present had any time to catch their breaths, the enormous golden formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate. A kai sound was emitted from the golden light cluster. The golden light on the entire formation also gradually became brighter. Seeing this scene, all the elite Do Di in the empty space were immediately startled. The Do Qi within their bodies surged out, preparing themselves for the golden light pillar that was about to descend once again. Kai. Soon after, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly resounded over the place a couple of breaths later. 2 shocking golden light pillars also shot out explosively from the golden energy cluster. They once again shot explosively toward the elite Do Di in the empty space below. This time around, everyone in the sky was clearly prepared. Dozens of figures flashed and bitterly dodged the golden light pillars that brushed past them. Although they had dodged the 2 light pillars, their hearts did not rejoice because of this. This was because soon after the 2 golden light pillars missed, the large formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate without stopping. However, in the blink of an eye, another 2 light pillars fell one after another. Their targets were the elite Do Di below. What? It's coming again. Everyone was suddenly shocked when the golden light shot out. Xiao Yang swiftly lifted his gaze under the black robe. He could see that one of the 2 golden light pillars was actually shooting toward his direction. The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes hardened. He hurriedly raised his Do Qi and moved his body. Only when the light pillar arrived in front of him did he bitterly brush past it. The large black robe moved with the wind. A corner of the black robe came into contact with the golden light and quietly melted like snowflakes that had fallen into water. Greatly alarmed, Xiao Yang hurriedly retreated. By the time he came to a stop, a large portion of his black robe had already been burned away by the golden light. This pillar of light is truly terrifying. A paleness involuntarily surged onto Xiao Yang's face under the black robe. His black robe had been corroded. Under the remnant might of the light pillar, Xiao Yang had also been somewhat affected. Although Xiao Yang had dodged the golden light pillar, the elite Do Di on the other side were not so lucky. Although over half of them had managed to dodge it, there were still 3 elite Do Di who had died miserably under the golden light pillar. However, just as everyone relaxed in their hearts, the large golden formation in the sky churned once again. In an instant, another golden light pillar shot out and shot towards the crowd below. What? This damned thing, it's actually not done yet. Everyone involuntarily frowned when they saw it. The Do Qi within their bodies surged wildly as they dodged towards the empty space in the distance. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was standing at the spot where the Zhuo clan was located among the 4 great clans, frowned as he watched the golden light pillar once again descend. This time around, there was actually only one. Zhuolin recalled the situation after the light pillar had descended. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly and a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across the deep region of his eyes. This thing is really overbearing. If it does not take a life, it will continue to descend like this. In the end, even if the people here are not killed by the light pillar, they should be exhausted to death. The expressions of the people around him immediately changed when they heard these words. They pondered for a moment in their hearts and quickly understood. No wonder this golden light pillar continued to descend. So this was the reason. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of those elite Do Di present involuntarily changed once again after they heard Zhuolin's words. In other words, this light pillar would definitely not rest until it killed everyone present. Damn it. Don't tell me that we should just sit here and wait for death. The The expressions on the faces of everyone present immediately became gloomy after they understood this point in their hearts. They did not have the slightest room to retaliate under this golden light pillar. However, if this continued, everyone present would not have any way to survive. While everyone was feeling anxious in their hearts, Zhuolin, who was in the empty space, hurriedly swept his sword-like sharp eyes over the open ground. On the other side, everyone present once again hurriedly dodged as the golden light pillar descended. Just as everyone was about to dodge the golden light pillar, a small skinny old man among the crowd suddenly attacked the people beside him. In this current situation, almost everyone's attention was placed on the golden light pillar in front of them. Who would bother about the people beside them? As expected, the old man had suddenly attacked. A white-haired old man, who had luckily dodged the golden light pillar, had just revealed a smile of having survived a calamity when a frightening enormous force violently pressed against his back from behind. Bang! The skinny old man's palm landed. Although the white-haired old man in front of him was not seriously injured, he was once again violently pushed into the golden light pillar before it disappeared. Ah! A sharp miserable cry had just sounded when it quickly returned to silence. After which, the golden light scattered. Only then did everyone present look at the skinny old man with shocked faces. Everyone's eyes revealed a deep fear. What are you doing? Now that everyone is standing on the same boat, what difference is there between your actions and sinking the boat together? An old man with a resolute face among the scattered crowd waved his sleeves and angrily reprimanded the skinny old man with an angry face. At the same time, following this old man's voice, the group of elite Do-Di in the empty space also turned their gazes over. Everyone's eyes carried a trace of anger. Gaga. Everyone has heard what Shuogongzi said earlier. Once the light pillar appears, it will not stop until blood is seen. If everyone here continues to dodge like this, even if everyone is an elite Do-Di, how long will you be able to endure? Hearing this, the skinny old man laughed. His smile appeared dark and evil. Hearing this, everyone in the empty space involuntarily frowned. Soon after, the skinny old man once again spoke and laughed strangely. As for what I did earlier, it was merely a delaying tactic. Although I pushed him into the golden light, didn't I also save your lives at the same time? Otherwise, why would all of you have the time to listen to me speak here? You would have long been cautiously dodging the golden light with all your heart. After the skinny old man's words sounded, this time around, everyone present finally gradually quietened down. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The golden formation, which was still churning intensely a moment ago, had indeed calmed down. It was likely that there would not be any more movements for some time. At the end of the day, I am not the only one who killed this fellow. All of you have done the same. The skinny old man waved his sleeves. His shriveled finger was like an awl as he pointed at everyone present. His face was filled with ridicule as he laughed coldly. Immediately, everyone present frowned and lowered their heads. They were actually speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square had once again become unusually quiet. Ah, so this is the way to resolve it. Suddenly, Zhuolin, who had been looking around the square below from the midair, suddenly opened his mouth. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes stared at the stone blocks on the square below. A cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Chapter 676. Dozens of elite Do-Di stood in the empty space above the large open ground. Their eyes revealed a cautious expression as they carefully observed the other people around them. The nerves all over their bodies could be said to be extremely tense. After the earlier matter, this group of people did not dare to be careless at this moment. They were afraid that someone would stab them in the back if they were not careful, causing them to lose their lives. Just as the atmosphere of the square had become extremely tense and solemn, something that touched everyone's hearts once again occurred. Kai kai kai. That extremely powerful strength once again surged within the large golden-colored formation in the sky. An extremely glaring golden light flickered intensely like the light of the sun in the middle of the formation. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to immediately raise their heads. Their eyes revealed shock as they stared at the glaring golden light. Even though the golden light caused their eyes to feel an intense piercing pain, these elite Do-Di had no choice but to forcefully endure it. In the face of life and death, They must endure regardless of how great the pain was. Kai Kai. Everyone present hurriedly moved their bodies and fled in different directions after the two sounds of rushing air were emitted. At the same time, Zhuolin in the midair also withdrew his gaze with an indifferent expression. Under the protection of Zhuo Bentang by the side, they had remained outside the golden light. Adding the reputation of the Zhuo clan, no one dared to approach them. This saved them a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Yang, it was not so easy for him to rely on his powerful spiritual strength to truly injure Xiao Yang despite the strength of the golden light and its incomparably fast speed. This time around, under the cover of the golden light that permeated the sky, there were indeed quite a number of elite Dodi who had fallen under the golden light pillar. However, no one knew if there would be anyone among these people who would be forcefully pushed into the sea of fire like the one from earlier. The hearts of all the elite Dodi present immediately turned cold when they thought of this. A chill involuntarily rose within their hearts. The distance between everyone present had been pulled apart in an invisible manner. Everyone, I know that after what happened earlier, everyone present will more or less have a grudge in their hearts. However, just as the crowd was carefully looking at each other, Zhuolin, who was in the sky, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Before his words sounded, everyone present was already curling their lips in their hearts. Naturally, there would be grudges. Moreover, it would only increase and not decrease. They were afraid of the people beside them. However, they were even more afraid of the people from the four great clans. Compared to the experts beside them, who were of similar strength, the four great clans could easily finish them off. How could they not be cautious when dealing with them? It is naturally normal to have a grudge. However, as everyone has said earlier, the current situation is tense. We are all standing on the same boat. If any of us want to disembark midway, only death will be awaiting us. Therefore, the tone in Zhuolin's mouth paused slightly when he spoke until this point. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. He looked at the group of elite Dodi in the sky but did not say anything. All the elite Dodi present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard these words that did not end. They faced each other before looking at Zhuolin. Everyone's face carried a trace of doubt. Therefore, you want us to cooperate with you? They were indeed worthy of being part of the four great clans. In the end, the person who spoke was still the second-ranked Huobiye from the Hua clan. Huobiye narrowed his eyes. An obscure glint flashed deep within his eyes. His tone carried some caution as he spoke. Even the ancestor of the Hua clan felt some fear in his heart toward the Zhuo clan. The ancestor of the Hua clan did not even really care about the other four great clans, the Bai clan and the Sun clan. Only this Zhuo clan caused them to feel an endless headache. Bai Ying from the Bai clan and Sun Shuo from the Sun clan immediately turned their eyes over when Huobiye's words were spoken. Bai Ying was aware of Zhuolin's strength. He had observed every action of the latter. Huobiye's words might have caused one to feel surprised, but this was within the expectations of the three clans. Sun Shuo, on the other hand, had gradually woken up from the grief of losing his son after experiencing a couple of dangers. His mouth emitted a cold laugh when he heard Zhuolin's words. No one will wake up early if there are no benefits. Zhuolin immediately frowned when he heard Sun Shuo's words. Even Zhuo Bentang, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes. A cold glint gradually surged in his sinister eyes. Ah, clan leader son, you are wrong. If it were not for the sake of our own lives, I would not have said this. Zhuolin paused for a moment before he spoke again with a smile. However, this time, his smile was exceptionally cold. When they saw Zhuolin's fake smile, the people from the other three clans were secretly shocked. This was completely different from Zhuolin's usual cheerful demeanor. In the crowd, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes. Under his black robe, he glanced at Zhuolin from time to time as he thought to himself. Haha, since you want to cooperate, young Master Zhuo, why do you need to beat around the bush? Just say it. Cooperation is naturally not a problem, but, before the loud laughter sounded, the words in Huobiye's mouth came to a sudden halt. His face immediately became solemn. Both of his eyes were narrowed as they stared at Zhuolin. He asked in a serious tone, before this, young Master Zhuo should at least give us a reason that can convince us to cooperate. The group of elite Dodi in the empty space suddenly raised their heads when Huabie's words were uttered. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes landed on Zhuolin's body in unison. Huabie's words were correct. Everyone present was an elite Dodi. Which one of them was not a prideful person? Zhuolin was merely a 2-star Dodi. If he went out, he would be a head above these people by relying on his clan's support. However, everyone was currently in a predicament. Who would cooperate with a 2-star Dodi just because of a sentence from him? Even if he had Zhuo Bentang by his side, it was similarly impossible for him to do so. Reason her, Zhuolin lowered his head and smiled. Only then did he slowly raise his head. His gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a disdainful arc as he softly laughed. How about I lead everyone to break the formation? Clamor. Everyone present immediately burst into an uproar when Zhuolin's words were uttered. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they instantly looked toward Zhuolin. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the members of the other 3 large clans and Zhuo Bentang by his side also revealed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Yang, who was hidden under a black robe, swiftly revealed a surprised expression in his dark black eyes the moment Zhuolin's words were emitted from his mouth. It was unexpected that this Zhuolin had actually found a method to break the formation. This really caused one's heart to be surprised. The entire place suddenly descended into silence after the words from Zhuolin's mouth sounded. Everyone frowned as they pondered the credibility of Zhuolin's words. Of course, the members of the 3 large clans were an exception. They knew that Zhuolin was a ruthless person. They also clearly understood Zhuolin's arrogance. He could not tolerate sand in his eyes. At the same time, he was also unwilling to dirty himself. His words always possessed some credibility. This point was something that even the Hua, Bai, and Sun clans, who were also part of the 4 large clans, had no choice but to admit. Kai. Just as everyone present once again fell into deep thought, the heaven-ascending great formation in the sky was like a death sentence as it once again activated. At this moment, everyone present immediately understood in their hearts that there was not much time left for them to make a choice. Since eldest young Master Zhuo has already stated his reason, my Hua clan is willing to give it a try. My Hua clan is willing to cooperate with the Zhuo clan. Huabie laughed out loud. He pulled Hua Tian behind him and spoke in a loud voice. Cuckoo, the Bai is currently all alone. I am willing to make this trip with the Zhuo clan. Bai Ying also smiled faintly and expressed his attitude. Although Sun Shuo did not open his mouth, he also took a step forward to express his attitude. All the elite Dodi present involuntarily curled their mouths wildly in their hearts when they saw this. As they were all part of the 4 large clans, the gap in strength between them was naturally much smaller. The basis of their cooperation could also be considered balanced. However, they were merely a group of ordinary Dodi. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Being used as a tool by others was something that they could not accept. Cuckoo, let me warn you once again. If you are unwilling to cooperate now, don't say that we do not care about your life when the time comes. If we split into 2 boats, I will not care if his boat sinks or not. The pressure from Zhuolin caused the hearts of everyone present to suddenly tremble. From the looks of it, it was likely that they would not have a good ending if they were unwilling to cooperate. Even though they had already fallen into such a situation, their group did not have much of a chance of victory once the 4 large clans joined hands. Hence, from the looks of it now, they needed to make a choice. Moreover, following the agglomeration of the golden light, the large golden formation above everyone's heads was about to erupt once again. If they continued to hesitate like this, it would really be bad. The old me is willing to join. Suddenly, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, among the many elite Dodi, uttered these words in an extremely abrupt manner. At the same time, his footsteps slowly moved forward and he arrived at a spot not far from Bai Ying. A golden glint involuntarily flashed deep within Bai Ying's eyes when he saw this. At the same time, the other 3 clans also looked at this black-robed person. The expression in their eyes was different. This person was the black-robed person who had arrived at this open ground earlier than the 4 large clans. Of course, He was Xiao Yang. With the addition of Xiao Yang, the group of elite Do Di behind him helplessly lowered their heads. A short moment later, all the elite Do Di present had joined this cooperation group. It was also at this moment that two glaring large golden light pillars suddenly shot out from the sky. They were just like life-threatening impermanence as they violently attacked everyone. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 677. Kai Kai. The sound of rushing air approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already been transmitted to everyone's ears. It was as though the golden light pillar had already arrived in front of them, causing everyone present to feel a great shock in their hearts. At the same time, waves of powerful Do Chi surged out from the bodies of the elite Do Di present. Dozens of figures moved in unison. They appeared just like colorful and fragrant butterflies as they flew in the empty air. The golden light pillar was just like a falling meteor as it cut through the sky. Finally, it disappeared when it came into contact with the golden light on the ground below. During this process, the two light pillars did not harm a single person. With the experience from the previous couple of times, all the elite Do Di present finally had some understanding of this formation in their hearts. However, they were still far from being able to break the formation by themselves. No one dared to relax in their hearts after dodging the two golden lights. At the same time, the couple of powerful elite Do Di hurriedly turned their gazes to Zhuolin. They hoped that he would be able to lead them to break the formation as he had said. Zhuolin immediately smiled when he saw the gazes of those elite Do Di being shot over. He immediately turned around and extended his white hand from under his sleeves. He pointed at the many lotus stone blocks on the open ground below and spoke in a loud voice. That is the method to break this formation. The faces of all the elite Do Di present involuntarily revealed a stunned expression when these words were uttered. Soon after, Zhuolin hurriedly continued speaking when the second golden light was about to land, seemingly in order to convince everyone. The strength that supports this large formation comes from those stone blocks. From the beginning until now, there have been a total of 7 light pillars that have taken people's lives. Everyone, please take a careful look. Currently, 7 of those rotating stone blocks on the open ground have already stopped rotating. Even the golden light that covered the stone blocks has completely disappeared. Doesn't this indicate that this is the source of those golden light pillars? All the elite Do Di present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard Zhuolin's subjective words. However, since they had already made their stand clear, it would not be easy for them to disembark after boarding Zhuolin's boat. Hence, all the elite Do Di present could only throw their gazes toward the stone blocks on the open ground in a half-believing manner. As expected, among those stone blocks that were constantly rotating, 7 of them had indeed stopped rotating. Moreover, even the golden light in the center of the lotus had completely dissipated. What should we do now? An old man from the crowd looked at Zhuolin with a frown. He somewhat believed Zhuolin's logic. However, how they were going to break the formation was the most important question. If the large formation was not broken, they would not be able to escape the fate of sinking even if they changed a boat. Old sir, you have asked the question. Hearing this, Zhuolin's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. He smiled slightly and replied, the success and failure of this large formation lies in this. Since the core strength of the large formation originates from here, as long as we join hands and destroy these stone blocks, this large formation will naturally be destroyed and disappear. Zhuolin placed his hands behind his back. His face carried a smile as his gaze calmly looked at the many elite Do Di present. However, some of the elite Do Di present involuntarily laughed out loud when Zhuolin's words were emitted. It was a long while later before someone finally asked Zhuolin in a deep voice, "Young Master Zhuo, if this is the method to break the formation that you have mentioned, isn't it a little too simple? It is merely a few stone blocks. With our strength, wouldn't it be extremely easy to destroy them? It would be as simple as crushing an ant." Everyone laughed. Such a small matter was actually spoken by Zhuolin as if it was a big matter. It was really laughable. Oh, is that so? Zhuolin smiled faintly. However, A smile had just appeared on everyone's faces in the empty space when two enormous golden light pillars emitted a kai sound and passed through the crowd. In an instant, quite a number of the already small number of elite Do-Di present had died. Immediately, the expressions of the remaining group of people changed drastically. Zhuo Lin responded with a cold smile. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke once again. If everyone does not believe me, you can attack and give it a try. As long as you see this stone block break, you will naturally know whether it is a success or failure. As soon as these words left Zhuo Lin's mouth, everyone present glanced at each other. They knew in their hearts that this was already the last method. Even if they were helpless, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. Otherwise, only death would await them. Allow the old me to break this formation. Suddenly, an old man wearing a brocade robe from the crowd in the empty space suddenly attacked. He waved his large sleeve and numerous terrifying Do-Chi lights shot out. They were just like shooting stars as they violently smashed toward the stone blocks in the open ground below. Bang! Following the appearance of an earth-shaking loud sound, golden light shot in all directions around the large open ground. Do-Chi rippled and dust swiftly swept over the entire open ground following the Do-Chi waves. That elite Do-Di who had attacked earlier emitted a disdainful cold laugh from his nose. The instant he raised his gaze, he discovered that the enormous golden formation in the sky above his head had once again begun to churn at this moment. What is going on? Don't tell me that Zhuo Lin's judgment is wrong. Damn it. What should we do now? Bastard. Go all out. Charge into the large formation and forcefully obtain the inheritance. Once we obtain the inheritance, we will be the only victors here. The eyes of the elite Do-Di in the empty space revealed a hopeless expression as they stared at the large golden formation in the sky that had once again begun to circulate. Some of them were already prepared to make a final gamble. No matter what, they would not be willing to die in this place. The thing that was different from the others was that Xiao Yang's gaze was currently placed on the stone blocks in the open ground below. When the dust on the open ground slowly scattered, Xiao Yang's dark black pupils suddenly shrunk at this moment. His heart involuntarily felt a surprise because of this. So this is the case. This Zhuo Lin is really frightening. The dust scattered and one could see that the open ground below was completely calm. The attack of that elite Do-Di did not cause the stone blocks in the open ground to suffer even the slightest damage. When Xiao Yang focused his eyes and looked over, he could see a layer of golden light on the surface of some of the stone blocks. It was protecting those stone blocks within it. Is it like this? No wonder I am unable to break the formation using an ordinary method. Since this is the case, let me give it a try. Xiao Yang let out a low cry in his heart. In the empty space, he, who was hidden under a black robe, called out to the narwhal snake. His body immediately flashed and the invisible space twisted slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yang's body had already disappeared from this empty space. It's him, he has indeed discovered it. Zhuo Lin, who was standing to the side, smiled coldly. His expression became increasingly doubtful as he stared at Xiao Yang. At the same time, two golden pillars of light shot down from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth as they shot down towards the people below. Xiao Yang stood in front of a stone block that was swiftly rotating on the open ground. A heavenly flame surged deep within his eyes. Under the close observation of Xiao Yang, the stone block in front of him, which was rotating at a frightening speed, gradually slowed down in Xiao Yang's mind. Suddenly, both of Xiao Yang's hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. The Do-Chi that was flowing within the Chi paths in his body also gradually became faster. It swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yang's palms until a certain moment, when the two golden light pillars that fell from the sky once again charged into the crowd. A pair of eyes that were filled with flames under the black robe suddenly opened at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. The black robe flapped and Xiao Yang's body instantly shot through the empty space like a sharp arrow. When the punch was thrown, even the invisible empty space trembled because of it. An ear-piercing rushing wind sound resounded over the entire space along with the sound of the golden light pillar falling. However, compared to the latter, the former appeared to be filled with sharpness and overbearingness. Its sharpness was completely exposed, appearing as though it wanted to cut through everything in the world. Its force was unstoppable and unmatched. The strong and ferocious fist wind agglomerated in front of Xiao Yang. It was just like the vanguard of a vast and mighty army. Only the strength of this force would be able to deal the enemy the most powerful blow. If the current Xiao Yang was a long spear, the fist wind above his head would be the cold glint at the tip of the spear. It was the kind that caused one's heart to bleed upon seeing it. 8th grade collapse. Break for me. Xiao Yang suddenly cried out loudly in his heart. The 8th grade collapse was one of the earliest Do techniques that Xiao Yang had become famous for. Xiao Yang's understanding of it had long since surpassed the Tian class Do techniques. When he used it now, forget about the 8th layer, it was likely that even the 10th layer, 18th layer, or 80th layer would not be a problem. Such a strong, ferocious, overbearing strength was naturally most compatible with the physical strength that Xiao Yang had painstakingly trained all over his body. All of this appeared to be a short period of time, but in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye. The instant the golden light pillar descended, Xiao Yang's fist had already solidly smashed into a stone block. Bang! Following the muffled explosion sound that was emitted, a frightening energy storm immediately raged over the open ground. Xiao Yang's fist actually violently smashed into the stone block in front of him. The powerful force forcefully stopped this swiftly rotating stone block. Soon after, numerous thick crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire stone block. After which, Xiao Yang's arm shook. The force that was hidden within his arm suddenly erupted at this moment. One could hear a bang sound and the stone block in front of Xiao Yang suddenly burst apart. As for the golden light formation that guarded the surface of the stone block, it was forcefully shattered by Xiao Yang's most overbearing strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the hidden force of the grade 8 crumble that completely shattered it from the inside out, resulting in the current situation. It was also at this moment that as Xiao Yang's punch landed, one of the two golden-colored light pillars that were swiftly descending toward everyone in the battleground exploded with a bang in front of everyone's stunned gazes. It turned into golden-colored light spots that permeated the sky. They were like numerous golden-colored snowflakes or fireflies in the daytime as they drifted away in a disorderly manner. As for the other light pillar, it successfully charged into the crowd. After killing an elite Do Di, it swiftly disappeared. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had the time to bother about this. The reason why the golden light had suddenly exploded was what they were most concerned about at this moment. Soon after, the gazes of everyone in the open ground suddenly turned. Numerous gazes were like spotlights that landed on Xiao Yang's body at this moment. Only at this moment did everyone gradually recover. All of their gazes were surprised as they looked at Xiao Yang in the open ground. They watched the stone block that had completely exploded under his punch and recalled the scene from earlier. A huge wave immediately rose within everyone's hearts. At the same time, the hearts of everyone present also recalled the words that Shuolin had said. Those stone blocks are really the key to breaking this formation. The hearts of all the elite Do Di immediately rejoiced. Since this was the case, as long as they were able to break the formation, they would have the opportunity to obtain the Do Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue in the middle of the open ground. The hearts of everyone present felt their blood boil when they thought of this. They moved one after another and each of them charged toward a stone block. At this moment, these elite Do Di in the open ground were just like well-trained soldiers. One of them was able to command the entire army. It was really a little ironic that such a thing had happened to a group of elite Do Di who did not trust each other. However, compared to Xiao Yang, these people were not so lucky. Although everyone's strength had already reached the level of an elite Do Di, it was extremely difficult for them to perform an overbearing attack like Xiao Yang did earlier. Bang bang bang, when the first wave of attacks began, the elite Do Di present immediately discovered the uniqueness of this stone block. Originally, they thought that it was merely a stone block and was not a big deal. However, they were only able to sense the strangeness of this stone block when they personally attacked. At the instant when the two came into contact, the strength of the Do skills in the hands of these elite Do Di would be forcefully reduced by over half by the swiftly rotating stone block in front of them. Additionally, There was a powerful defensive formation covering the exterior of the stone block. Even these elite Do-Di would not be able to destroy a stone block within a short period of time. All the Do-Di involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they thought of this in their hearts. At the same time, they could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this black-robed person that Xiao Yang had disguised himself as. Being able to completely shatter a stone block with just one punch. This kind of frightening battle result was not something that an ordinary elite Do-Di could achieve. They were even more unable to act as carefree as Xiao Yang. Ha ha, old mister is indeed someone with extraordinary strength. I admire you. However, if a mere stone block wishes to block me, humph humph, Hua-Ba, who had descended from the open ground, laughed out loud. He first cupped his hands toward Xiao Yang before suddenly turning around. Do-Chi swiftly agglomerated in his palm and his palm landed heavily on the stone block in front of him. At the same time, Bai Ying and Sun Shuo also stood in front of a stone block in a couple of other directions. Even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan descended. Do-Chi wildly surged out of his body and violently smashed toward the stone block in front of him. Only Zhuo Lin continued to stand in the empty air by himself. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yang, who was wrapped in a black robe. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. You, who exactly are you? Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 678. Human figures flashed over the enormous open ground that was overflowing with golden light. Intense explosions were continuously being emitted over the open ground, causing the entire place to tremble intensely. At this moment, all of the remaining elite Do-Di present had each occupied a side. They stood in groups of 2s and 3s in front of a stone block. Powerful Do-Chi wildly surged within each of their bodies. One after another, frightening Do skills were violently thrown out by these elite Do-Di's hands. They carried an endless aura as they heavily smashed toward the enormous stone block in front of them. Despite this, even though everyone present was an elite Do-Di, they were still unable to destroy a stone block within a short period of time even if 3 elite Do-Di were to join hands. In the blink of an eye, a total of 4 hours had passed since everyone from the manufacturer had attacked together until now. However, during these 4 hours, the combined efforts of dozens of elite Do-Di were only able to destroy a couple of the stone blocks. Until this moment, there were still a total of 12 enormous stone blocks that were still standing completely in this open ground. There were quite a number of stone blocks that had finally stopped because the energy within them had been completely exhausted. Kai kai kai, the glaring golden light that was being emitted from the large golden formation in the sky gradually paled following the decrease in the number of stone blocks. Even though this was the case, the strength of the golden light pillar that shot out from it did not weaken at all. Anyone who came into contact with it would be able to preserve their life without exception. At this moment, the large golden formation, which had been quiet for a couple of breaths, was once again activated. A frightening aura that caused one's heart to tremble was once again emitted from it. The expression on the faces of everyone present involuntarily changed when Che Judao's aura was transmitted over. Breaking the formation was the most important thing at this moment. Earlier, a couple of elite Do-Di had died under the golden light because they were in a hurry to break the formation. At this moment, this group of people did not wish to repeat the same mistake. Everyone, be careful. That thing is coming again. An elite Do-Di on the open ground hurriedly cried out loudly. After working together for a moment, no one present dared to easily abandon the people beside them. After all, given the strength of this stone block, it was impossible for a single person to destroy it. Unless they borrowed the help of even more experts and joined hands, only then would it be possible to swiftly destroy it. After everyone heard the words that were emitted from the mouth of this elite Do-Di, all the elite Do-Di present recovered. One by one, they paused their bodies and stared at the bright golden light in the sky with solemn expressions. Soon after, 2 rays of light with frightening auras swiftly shot out from the golden-colored formation in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore through empty space and ruthlessly shot toward everyone below. One of them was aimed at Xiao Yang, who was standing outside of the crowd at this moment. Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned when he saw the sharp light pillar that shot toward him. Ever since he had blasted apart a stone block with a punch earlier, this damn thing seemed to be bearing a grudge. Each time it landed, one of the two light pillars would be aimed at Xiao Yang. Even though Xiao Yang was not afraid, he would definitely not be able to endure it if this continued. Damn it. There is really no end to it. Xiao Yang let out a soft cold cry in his heart. His body hurriedly flashed. Only then did he barely dodge the golden light that was heading toward him. At the same time, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly turned. A fierce expression immediately surfaced on his face under the black robe. His large hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Do Qi agglomerated in his palm and the skin on the surface of his body was swiftly covered by a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. A hot flame swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yang's eyes at this moment. Break. Soon after, Xiao Yang let out a stern cry in his heart. A powerful force forcefully tore the surrounding empty space apart when it rushed through the empty space. The strength of this attack was even more powerful than the punch from earlier. Bang! The fist landed and the stone block collapsed along with it. Soon after, Xiao Yang lifted his eyes and looked at the large golden formation in the sky. Following the destruction of another stone block, the golden light that Xiao Yang had dodged earlier no longer descended. Moreover, the glow on the large golden formation had also become increasingly dim. This fellow, what an overbearing strength. Who is he? If there really was such a person in the western region, how could we not know of him? The reappearance of this scene involuntarily caused everyone present to be shocked in their hearts. Within the four great clans, Zhuo Bentang's and Hu Bai's gazes involuntarily changed when they looked at Xiao Yang. Elder Hu Bai, who is this person? Why is he so strong? Hu Tian frowned as he looked at Xiao Yang in the battleground. His heart felt extremely solemn. With such a powerful strength, it was likely that even he was far from being a match for this black-robed person. From the way this black-robed person attacked and the strength that he unleashed, this person was definitely not an ordinary elite Do Di. It was likely that no one would believe that he was some unknown person. At the very least, from the strength that the latter had displayed at this moment, his strength seemed to be comparable to the people from the four great clans. I don't know, this is the first time that even I have seen this fellow. Before this, I have never heard of such an elite Do Di. Could it be that he has also just arrived in the western region? Hu Bai frowned and shook his head. His heart was similarly filled with doubt toward this black-robed person in front of him. This stone block was something that even he would have to exhaust quite a lot of strength if he wanted to break it with a punch. However, at this moment, this stone block was actually like tofu in front of this black-robed person. It was easily destroyed by him. This really caused one to be shocked. On the other side, even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan was similarly frowning as he looked at Xiao Yang, who was wearing a black robe. His brows were filled with surprise as his pair of old eyes slowly narrowed. First young master said that it is fine if this person can become friends with us. If he cannot, we must not become enemies with him. First young master is right. Such an enemy is something that even our Zhuo clan cannot easily offend. Zhuo Bentang sighed with a solemn feeling in his heart. Only then did his tightly knit brows slowly relax as he looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. At this moment, there was a cold smile in Bai Ying's heart. From the looks of it, the attention of the Zhuo clan and the Hu clan was currently attracted by this black-robed person in front of him. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. After all, compared to them, he was clearly aware of the identity of this black-robed person. At the same time, Xiao Yang also withdrew his hand. He lifted his eyes to look at the large golden formation in the sky. The expression in his eyes became increasingly cold. I say, the few of you over there. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to watch over there. As members of the four great clans, I do not believe that all of you are unable to even deal with this stone block. Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly turned. He stared at Bai Ying a short distance away as he spoke in a seemingly hinting manner. Although he was not afraid of this light beam, if he continued to be exhausted like this, how would he have the strength to fight for the Do Qi inheritance? At that time, not only would he not be able to obtain the Do Qi inheritance, his fighting strength would also be greatly reduced. If this group of people were to recognize his identity, it would likely be difficult for him to leave. Hence, Xiao Yang had no choice but to make some plans for himself. Everyone hurriedly withdrew their thoughts upon hearing this. Numerous gazes were once again thrown towards the stone block. Moreover, at this moment, an intense explosion suddenly sounded in the square. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present were once again attracted over. It's Sun Shuro. What a frightening strength. It is unexpected that he is also able to shatter a stone block with one strike. The gazes of everyone present were shocked as they looked at the current Sun Shuro. In front of them, an enormous stone block was slowly falling. That stone block was already covered with densely packed crack lines. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. They could see an enormous fist imprint deeply embedded into the stone block. From the looks of it, it should be caused by some kind of extremely powerful Do technique. Oh! It is unexpected that he has actually attacked. Moreover, he has used his full strength. Seeing this scene, Hua could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he quickly frowned again. His eyes revealed a worried expression. During this trip to the remains, Sun Shuro's eldest son had died here. At this moment, although he had already recovered his consciousness, the killing intent and fury in his heart could never be quelled. However, it was also because of this that his strength was even greater than before. If they were to fight under such circumstances, it was likely that even Hua would not be a match for him. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that the real murderer of Sun Shuro's son seemed to be that fellow called Xiao Yang. If he was not wrong, that Xiao Yang should be among this group of people at this moment. If this was the case, it was likely that they would be able to save a great deal of trouble sooner or later. As long as they waited for Xiao Yang's identity to be exposed at the critical moment, Sun Shuro's target would instantly change. At that time, the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue would only be up to their 3 clans to fight over. Of course, other than this, there was also this mysterious black-robed person present. However, it was hard to say just who the Do Qi inheritance would land in at that time. No one was willing to become enemies with an elite Do Di who possessed extraordinary strength. If his side was able to befriend him, he might be able to obtain the Do Qi inheritance when the time came. Hua involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and placed it on the stone block closest to him. Since he wanted to curry favor with the other party, he should go with the flow. Was this not the fastest way to close the relationship between both parties? When Bai Ying noticed the gaze that Xiao Yang shot over, he involuntarily laughed at the latter. His body immediately moved and violently charged toward the stone block in front of him. Zhuo Bentang involuntarily frowned when he saw that the other 3 clans had already acted. How could he not understand the aim of these 3 clans in his heart? He immediately moved and charged toward a stone block that was relatively close to him. However, right at that moment, Zhuo Lin, who was behind him, suddenly called out to him to a stop. Wait! Zhuo Bentang's charging body suddenly paused. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. Why, the other 3 clans have already acted. Are we still going to wait here? Once this fellow is roped in by the other 3 clans, at that time, there is no need to bother about him. Just let him be. Now, all you need to do is to preserve your strength. Although I am not certain, I have a faint feeling that there will likely be a tough battle soon. As for this black-robed person, Humph, Zhuo Lin let out a faint cold snort at the end of his words. However, he quickly turned his gaze and parted his mouth to laugh. However, since the other 3 clans have already acted, you should at least put on an act. You only need to break 1 stone block. Leave the rest to them. Zhuo Lin withdrew his hand from Zhuo Bentang's shoulder after saying this. After which, his body gently landed on the square. A pair of sword-like eyes stared intently at the statue in the middle of the square. More accurately speaking, he was staring at the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue. With this, the next chief of the Sky Sword sect will definitely be me. The expression in his eyes gradually became cold. A pair of white hands slowly clenched under his snow-white sleeves, emitting a creaking sound. As everyone on the square attacked with all their might, this time, only 4 of the 9 stone stools remained in the square in a short period of time. It was also at this moment that the nearly transparent large formation in the sky appeared to be unwilling to give up despite having reached such a stage. It once again began to churn. This time around, all of the strength on it wildly agglomerated within the faint golden light cluster. The aura within it was many times stronger than before. Everyone immediately frowned when they saw this. There was always a stern expression between their brows. Numerous gazes stared at the golden light cluster in the sky. The do-chi within everyone's bodies surged out in an even more turbulent manner. Finally, is it time for the final fight? Everyone raised their heads. Their gazes looked at the sky. While the do-chi on the surface of their bodies churned, everyone present had already made preparations to withdraw. Kai. Soon after, the cluster of golden light, which had already become many times paler in the sky above everyone's heads, suddenly churned intensely. Soon after, 4 golden light pillars with frightening auras suddenly shot out from within and shot toward the crowd below. Everyone's hearts were immediately greatly shocked when they saw this scene. It was unexpected that 4 golden light pillars would appear at the same time. Unless they were able to destroy the 4 stone blocks before these light pillars killed them, they could only wait for death in this place. Quick! Don't hold back anymore. Attack together and destroy these 4 stone blocks. Otherwise, the next person to die might be any one of us. Mu Kuan Lun, who was holding the black metal rod, let out a stern cry from the crowd. His strong body suddenly shook and green-colored do-chi immediately rose on the surface of his body. At the same time, the people around him did not dare to hesitate even a little. What Mu Kuan Lun said was right. If they dared to hold back even a little, the next person to die might be the person who held back. Soon after, over 10 kinds of extraordinary do skills were swung out from everyone's hands when the 4 light pillars fell. They carried the ability to destroy the world as they violently collided with the remaining 4 stone blocks. Bang! An enormous bang reverberated unceasingly over this large open ground. Soon after, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 4 light pillars that were shooting toward them in the sky. As the rumbling sound was emitted, the 4 light pillars continued to descend without stopping. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present turned pale with fright. The expressions on each of their faces became as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. A deep fear surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. It was unexpected that even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to escape death in the end. Puff! The 4 sharp light pillars carried an incomparably shocking aura as they violently fell. Finally, they turned into golden light that filled the sky. They appeared just like drifting snow, yet also like the setting sun. Chapter 679. The remaining dozens of elite do-di in the large open ground slowly recovered. They looked at the golden afterglow that gradually scattered down from above their heads. The indifferent expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. The formation has been broken. The formation has been broken. This formation has finally been broken. We are not dead. Let's break this formation. With the formation broken, the faces of everyone in Changju were filled with an extremely excited smile. Some people could not help but tear up. Tears flowed down their old faces. The wild joy in their hearts caused them to wish that they could hug the people beside them and welcome this beautiful moment that was like a rainbow after the rain. It was also at this moment that the elite do-di in the open ground immediately recovered. The excitement in the open ground lasted for less than 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the group of elite do-di who were gathered together immediately scattered. An icy coldness swiftly surged into everyone's eyes. With the formation broken, their hearts were filled with joy because they had survived a calamity. However, at the same time, they also recalled the ultimate goal of their trip. Do-chi inheritance. Ha 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 ha. This is really a group of ingrates. They only hugged each other tightly when they were about to die. Now that they have eaten their fill, they find each other an eyesore. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Outside of the crowd, Huobei's eyes widened as he looked at the scattered people in the open ground. His eyes were filled with a cold smile. The expression on his face was filled with incomparable ridicule. The expressions on everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Just as they were about to flare up, everyone's faces turned green when they saw the person who had spoken. They became silent. If it was before, they would naturally not be afraid of the Hua clan if they joined hands. However, the current situation was different. The formation had been broken. Everyone present could be said to have their own ulterior motives. This caused them to have no choice but to be cautious. Ha 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 ha. Hua Ba could not help but laugh out loud when he saw everyone reveal such an expression. At the same time, Zhuo Bentang moved and returned to Zhuolin's side. Bai Ying, Xiao Yang, and Sun Shuo, who were outside of the crowd, turned their eyes over when they saw this scene. Zhuolin laughed coldly in his heart when he saw the gazes that shot over. His gaze slowly swept across the area, passing over Bai Ying and the rest. However, in the end, it paused on Xiao Yang, who was standing outside the crowd. Xiao Yang could not help but frown when he sensed the latter's gaze. Could it be that this monster from the Zhuo family had noticed something? As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yang slowly lifted his head. At the same time, he used his hand to gently pull the cloak on his head. Under the black cloak, a pair of pitch-black eyes looked at Zhuolin, who was opposite him. "What's up?" A faint old voice slowly spat out. From these words, one could hear a trace of impatience. It seemed that the black-robed man was rather dissatisfied with the latter's gaze. Hua Ba immediately chuckled when he sensed this. Bai Ying remained silent by the side. As for Sun Shuo, he raised his eyes slightly and frowned. However, he did not open his mouth to speak. "Haha, old sir, when we were breaking the formation earlier, you destroyed the most stone blocks. It can be said that you have worked hard and contributed greatly. This junior hopes that you can accompany us and show your respect. At the same time, this junior also hopes to thank old sir for your trust." Zhuolin smiled faintly in response. He respectfully cupped his hands together towards the black-robed man and said. Hua Ba immediately frowned when Zhuolin's words were spoken. However, before he could speak, the old and indifferent voice was heard once again. "Humph, I can thank you, but there is no need to accompany us. This old man does not interact with strangers." Xiao Yang spoke faintly before turning his body around. His gaze landed on the statue that was currently standing in the open ground. Zhuo Bentang's face immediately sank when he saw that the black-robed man actually dared to ignore Zhuolin. He took a step forward and was about to speak when Zhuolin pulled him back. Zhuolin gently shook his head and indicated for Zhuo Bentang to stop. Seeing this, Zhuo Bentang revealed an unwilling expression and withdrew his gaze. His eyes viciously glared at Xiao Yang. He let out a cold snort and did not speak anymore. "Haha, everyone, since the formation has been broken, shouldn't it be time to see the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue? Next, it will be up to everyone's ability to decide who gets this item." Bai Ying waited until everyone present threw their fiery gazes towards the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue before he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. Everyone's faces immediately surged with excitement when they heard this. There were quite a number of figures who took the lead and rushed wildly toward the statue, intending to be the first to obtain the Do Qi inheritance before everyone else. After what had happened earlier, these people had clearly become even more cautious. Even though they saw that there were already people who had taken the lead and charged forward, no one dared to easily make a move. Only when those few people were about to approach the statue did the crowd behind them crazily charge forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. "Humph, all of you, back off. Is this inheritance something that you can touch?" Just as everyone moved, Hua Ba suddenly let out a stern cry from behind. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura suddenly swept over from behind everyone. In an instant, all the elite Do Di present felt as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs, unable to move even an inch. Damn it! This fellow's aura is too terrifying. Everyone, attack together. Even if he is a 3-star Do Di, it is impossible for him to suppress so many of us at the same time. All the elite Do Di present immediately became like frightened horses when they sensed this frightening aura pressure. Soon after, however, they once again united together. Their auras merged and blocked Huobi's aura pressure. At this moment, Xiao Yang and the others behind no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and swiftly flew toward the statue in the middle of the square. Their respective targets were naturally the Dou Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue. Zhuo Lin, who was following at the back, had his eyes on Xiao Yang at this moment. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang wished that he could carry Zhuo Lin and charge forward. However, he knew in his heart that this was Zhuo Lin's intention. Helpless, he could only follow closely. His old eyes leaped over everyone in front of him and stared at the cluster of Dou Qi inheritance. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang and the others had already arrived in front of the statue with an unusually quick speed. Previously, when they looked at it from afar, they were unable to accurately judge the height of this statue. Now that they were in front of it, everyone was finally able to clearly see it. The entire statue was hundreds of feet tall. At this height, even Xiao Yang, who had unleashed the King Kong glass body, appeared like a child in front of it. Moreover, these were elite Dou Di who were of normal size. In front of this statue, everyone was just like ants. At this moment, the group of elite Dou Di who had escaped from Huobi's aura behind Xiao Yang's group once again caught up. The group's target was the Dou Qi inheritance. Their eyes were fiery hot and their blood boiled. Xiao Yang and the others naturally did not show any weakness. Each of them moved. The 3,000 lightning movement under Xiao Yang's feet was unleashed to its limit. Waves of thunder roared in the sky, shaking one's soul. Xiao Yang's body turned into a lightning bolt and swiftly flew toward the hand of the statue. Behind him, Bai Ying and Huobi also did not show any weakness. Zhuo Lin, who was even further back, stared intently at the statue. The guess in his heart was also becoming deeper and deeper. First, young master, once there is a change, immediately attack that black-robed person. Do not show any mercy. Before Zhuo Bentang's voice sounded, Zhuo Lin's cold voice gave an order that did not allow anyone to refute. But that inheritance, why are you panicking? Do as I say. At that time, these fellows will naturally become chaotic. You just need to focus on dealing with that black-robed person. Zhuo Lin's expression was dark and cold as he spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuo Bentang involuntarily knit his brows tightly. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. Seeing this, Zhuo Lin withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Yang's back. A dense cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Humph humph, regardless of whether you are Bai Zhong or Xiao Yang, you will definitely die today. Zhuo Lin laughed coldly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the cluster of Dou Qi inheritance in the hand of the statue. His body moved and he swiftly flew over. He, Sun Hanshi are Sun Hanshi. You will be the one to complete this young master's great undertaking. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous figures swiftly flashed through the empty air and swiftly flew towards the hand of the statue. They chased each other and did not forget to block each other. Of course, such methods were naturally useless against Xiao Yang's group. At this moment, they were merely 100 feet away from the cluster of Dou Qi inheritance. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to cover this distance in an instant. However, today, in front of this powerful Dou Qi inheritance, no one would hold back. Ha, elder, I will take this inheritance first. Ha ha. Suddenly, Huobi, who was following closely behind Xiao Yang, suddenly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, his body had already surpassed the current Xiao Yang, leaving him behind as he swiftly charged towards the Dou Qi inheritance. Ha ha, Huobi, you have nearly forgotten about me. Soon after, Bai Ying's body had unknowingly appeared in front of Xiao Yang. At the same time, he acted and blocked Huobi. Bai Ying, you wish to stop me. Why, can't I? Huobi's cold laughter had just sounded when Bai Ying's tone was not the slightest bit weaker. Ha ha. Come and give it a try. Huobi's expression turned cold. He flipped his hand and ruthlessly threw a palm at Bai Ying. At the same time, Bai Ying did not show any mercy. His body shook and a punch was thrown forward. Bang! When the attack landed, the two of them each took a couple of steps back. Their bodies shook and the force on their bodies dissipated. However, while the two of them were distracted, They did not realize that Sun Shoro's body had unknowingly appeared above the hand of the statue. The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed when they saw this. However, before they could move, they saw that the black-robed Xiao Yang had already appeared opposite Sun Shoro. Between the two of them was a cluster of golden Do Chi light that was the size of a person. It was the Do Chi inheritance. Seeing this, the hearts of the two of them finally relaxed. Soon after, they hurriedly moved and rushed towards the two above. "You wish to compete with me?" Sun Shoro's tone was ice-cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yang's eyes hardened when he heard this. Both of his eyes slowly narrowed. It was not difficult to see that Sun Hanch's death was indeed quite a big blow to Sun Shoro. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a state. "Cuckoo, I am not the only one who cares about this Do Chi inheritance. Even if I do not fight for it, there will similarly be others who will. Get lost." Sun Shoro's expression was indifferent as he coldly snorted. His hand violently grabbed at the Do Chi inheritance in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. He extended his hand and grabbed at the Do Chi inheritance in front of him at the same time. The two of them each grabbed a corner, intending to fight for it. Neither of them gave way to the other. Soon after, Hua Bie and Bai Ying also charged forward. Sun Shoro once again emitted a cold snort when he saw that the situation was not good. He waved his sleeves and numerous Do Chi pillars smashed toward the two people who were charging over and Xiao Yang, who was currently standing opposite of them. Xiao Yang naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of an attack from a 3-star Do Di. His other hand was violently flipped. Do Chi agglomerated and his palm violently met the attack. Yellow spring palm. Bang! A low cry sounded. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded between Sun Shoro and Xiao Yang. A Do Chi wave swept apart, forcing Xiao Yang and Sun Shoro to each take a step back. Soon after, the two of them once again grabbed the Do Chi inheritance in front of them with their bare hands. Bai Ying and Hua Bie had already arrived in front of them. The four of them moved and their large hands each grabbed one side of the Do Chi inheritance. Soon after, they once again attacked. Bang 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 bang. Successive explosions suddenly sounded. This time around, the four of them were all forced back. The black-robed Xiao Yang, being a Ban Di, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, he was still able to forcefully endure. While the four of them were being forced back, the Do Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue was forcefully sent flying by the Do Chi wave that was created from the collision between the four of them. Immediately, the crowd behind immediately charged forward like they had gone crazy. They intended to grab the Do Chi inheritance with their hands. The expressions of Xiao Yang's group changed when they saw this scene. Their bodies moved and they once again charged toward the Do Chi inheritance. However, just as everyone moved, no one noticed that when the Do Chi inheritance left the hands of the statue, numerous golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the eyes of the beautiful lady statue, transforming into a mysterious formation. The golden light was bright, but everyone present was completely unaware of it. Once Xiao Yang's group charged into the crowd, a bright golden light immediately shot out from the pair of eyes of the statue. In the blink of an eye, 2 golden light beams broke through the air and ruthlessly shot toward the group where Xiao Yang was located. The 2 golden light beams soared with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had already transformed into 2 frightening golden light beams that were 100 feet in thickness. Only when the light beams arrived in front of everyone did Xiao Yang's group hurriedly react. Immediately, everyone present was greatly shocked. They hurriedly scattered in all directions. However, only a couple of people withdrew. Even Xiao Yang could only rely on the 3000 lightning movement in order to bitterly dodge the 2 light beams. Soon after, Xiao Yang had just relaxed when his spiritual strength suddenly sensed that a person had appeared behind him at an unknown time. The person waved his large hand and a ruthless palm mercilessly smashed toward Xiao Yang's back. At this moment, Xiao Yang could clearly sense that the latter was undoubtedly a 3-star Do Di. With such a close distance and adding his current condition, Xiao Yang did not hesitate in his heart. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction step was used as a conditioned reflex. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang's body once again dodged when the palm of the person behind him landed. Even though this was the case, that palm still shattered the clothes on Xiao Yang's back. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yang's body had just stabilized when his heart immediately reacted. His gaze abruptly looked over. Indeed, those people in the sky, who had already recovered, were all staring at him, including Sun Shoror. This is the sky extinction step. Sun Shoror softly muttered in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet color swiftly surged into both of his eyes. You are Xiao Yang. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 680. In the sky, Xiao Yang slowly turned around. His eyes swept around the place and finally met Sun Shoror's eyes from a distance. His eyebrows were tightly knitted under the black robe. He understood in his heart that this time around, there was likely going to be trouble. When the many elite Do Di present heard the words that came out of Sun Shoror's mouth, everyone involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yang. They did not expect that this black-robed person, who had relied on his own strength to destroy a stone block with a punch, would actually be the Xiao Yang that the 4 large sects had racked their brains to eliminate. Xiao Yang. So he is actually that Xiao Yang. It is said that not long ago, he had caused havoc in Coldstream City. I did not expect that he would actually come to the desolate ancient remains this time around. There is going to be a good show to watch now. Earlier, I heard that Sun Hanshi had died in Xiao Yang's hands, but I did not believe it. Now, it seems that Xiao Yang will definitely not return this time around. As numerous gazes that were filled with surprise were gradually withdrawn, cold laughter that was filled with mockery was emitted from the crowd. At the same time, Sun Shoror's face had become as dark as water. The killing intent deep within his eyes was about to spew out. Puff. Suddenly, Sun Shoror's body shook. With a puff sound, the powerful Do Chi in his body crazily surged out of his body. Following which, Sun Shoror suddenly clenched his fist and a large blade immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying, who was in the distant sky, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His gaze first glanced over before quickly looking at Zhuo Lin's location. He believed that given Zhuo Bentang's character, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack Xiao Yang unless he was instructed by Zhuo Lin. Sure enough, after noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Zhuo Lin also looked over. Immediately, the corners of Zhuo Lin's mouth lifted into an arc as he laughed coldly. Seeing this, Bai Ying's heart immediately stilled. He could not help but feel shocked by Zhuo Lin's frightening judgment. Ever since Xiao Yang had entered the remains, he had not revealed any flaws in his vision. Even so, Zhuo Lin was still able to recognize him. It must be said that Zhuo Lin was really a frightening person. This fellow is actually Xiao Yang? On the other side of the empty space, Hua Bie's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yang, who was the focus of everyone's attention. This mysterious person, whom he had hoped to befriend earlier, had unexpectedly become Xiao Yang, whom the 4 large sects wanted to capture in the blink of an eye. This kind of contrast caused Hua Bie's heart to feel as though it had been struck by lightning. You're the one who killed my son, Hanshi? Sun Shoror's voice was cold and hoarse. His face had become unusually distorted at this moment. The large blade in his hand was lifted forward and the tip of the blade, which reflected a dense, cold glint, was pointed at Xiao Yang. The veins on his hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, bulged. Due to the great force, it caused his entire hand to tremble slightly. When he heard this, Xiao Yang non-committally shrugged his shoulders. He softly smiled and asked, "If I said no, would you believe me?" The muscles on the corner of Sun Shoror's eyes immediately trembled intensely when Xiao Yang's words were uttered. Soon after, he waved the large blade in his hand and consecutively hacked 3 times in front of him. Immediately, 3 frightening blade glows with shocking auras tore through the empty space and ruthlessly charged toward Xiao Yang. 3-blade tribulation. Sun Shoror's body suddenly shook after his cry sounded. His feet quickly and violently stepped on empty air. His strong body shot explosively toward Xiao Yang like a cannonball that had been shot out of its barrel. The large blade in Sun Shoror's hand danced and forcefully tore the empty space in front of him into pieces. His body that was charging forward also became even more swift and violent. The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes swiftly became ice-cold when he saw the three-blade auras and Sun Shuo shooting toward him. The Do Qi in his body surged wildly and the large hand under his sleeves was violently waved. The dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. Since his identity had already been recognized, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding. A thought passed through his mind and the black robe that covered his head slowly scattered. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and the dark black heavy ruler carried a heavy pressure as it fell from the empty space beside him. The heavy ruler fell and emitted a soft sound of breaking air. Soon after, Xiao Yang's arm shook slightly. One could hear a puff sound and a brilliant heavenly flame immediately covered the entire huge ruler. Flaming, swallowing tsunami. In the next instant, the huge ruler in Xiao Yang's hand was violently swung forward. The heavenly flame flew and formed a brilliant rainbow that violently cut through the empty space in front of Xiao Yang. Soon after, it violently collided with the three-blade auras that were heading toward him. Bang! The explosion shook the world. Soon after, a powerful energy storm swiftly swept out in all directions with the point of collision as the epicenter. Everyone in the battleground swiftly withdrew when they saw this scene. At the same time, the people from the other three clans quietly turned their gazes toward the Do Qi inheritance. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was distracted, this was the best time to fight for the Do Qi inheritance. Hence, the three large clans led by Zhuolin had also begun their own fight while the battle on this side had just begun. Ha ha, young Master Zhuo is really extremely scheming. It is unexpected that you are actually able to guess that the black-robed person is Xiao Yang. I really admire you. Bai Ying, Hua Ba, and Zhuolin's clans each occupied one side in the sky. They formed a triangle that surrounded the Do Qi inheritance in the middle. Ha ha, I was merely guessing. It is just that I did not expect that the one who would appear would actually be Xiao Yang. Don't you agree, clan leader Bai? Zhuolin's gaze stared at Bai Ying, who was currently laughing loudly at him. His eyes slowly narrowed as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Bai Ying could not help but be slightly startled when Zhuolin's words were spoken. A cold glint involuntarily surged deep within his sharp eyes. On the other side, Hua Ba was listening to the somewhat strange conversation between the two parties in front of him. His eyes rotated and he looked at Zhuolin. He smiled and said, "Ha ha, young Master Zhuo, from your words, I'm afraid that there is some other meaning." Hua Ba turned to look at Bai Ying after he spoke. His gaze seemed to be waiting for the latter's reply. Bai Ying let out a faint cold snort. However, he did not say anything. Zhuolin also smiled in a non-committal manner and did not continue speaking. Despite this, his heart was almost certain that the strength of the Bai clan's Bai Zhon was definitely not much weaker than his. Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a solemnness when he thought of this. If this was really the case, this Bai clan had really hidden it very deeply. Swoosh! In the next moment, Hua Ba suddenly turned his body and took the lead to charge toward the Do Qi inheritance. Since the two of you are so modest, I shall accept it on your behalf. Soon after, the Bai and Zhuo clans swiftly recovered. Both parties let out a cold snort at the same time. Their bodies moved and they also charged forward without any hesitation. At the same time, on the square, the energy storm that had swept out because of the explosion had yet to scatter. However, one after another, intense collision sounds continued to be emitted from within it, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. Bang! Suddenly, another intense metallic collision sound appeared. Two human figures suddenly flew out from within the energy storm that had yet to scatter. They both withdrew by 1,000 feet and glared at each other with furious eyes. Everyone looked over and saw that the bodies of these two people were actually injured. From the looks of it, after the intense collision earlier, these two people each had their own strengths and none of them could do anything to the other. My son's life will be repaid with your blood. Sun Shuo's mouth panted intensely for a moment. Soon after, he suddenly raised his head. Killing intent surged within his eyes. His wrist swiftly rotated and the large blade in his hand rotated once in his palm before being violently thrown out. The blade was pointed forward and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiao Yang. A sharp piercing sound of air being split was immediately emitted wherever the large blade passed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart, forming numerous clear crack lines. Ha! After which, Sun Shuor's mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry that shook the sky. At the same time, his strong tiger body shook violently. His body once again flashed and actually appeared in front of Xiao Yang. His large hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Yellow dou qi crazily surged out and wrapped around his entire fist. Soon after, he furiously smashed it toward Xiao Yang's head. From the looks of it, he clearly intended to take Xiao Yang's life with a single blow. Xiao Yang did not show any signs of weakness in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body churned. The heavy huge ruler in his hand danced up and down, carrying an extremely frightening strength as it violently chopped toward the incoming fist. Bang! A muffled bang sound appeared. Xiao Yang's body could not help but fly back. Sun Shuor could be said to have paid quite a great price in this collision. Of course, the result was that he had defeated Xiao Yang with a single blow. But soon after, Sun Shuor's body once again flashed. At the same time, the instant the latter's body disappeared, only then did Xiao Yang see that the large blade was also rushing toward him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang did not even need to think in his heart. He violently waved the huge ruler in his hand in front of him and easily blocked the large blade that was coming toward him. However, before Xiao Yang could catch his breath, Sun Shuor's body suddenly appeared behind him in the next moment. A fist heavily landed on Xiao Yang's head. Die! It was only at this moment that Xiao Yang completely regained his senses. The previous attack was only a feint. Even this blade was only used to divert his attention. At this moment, Sun Shuor, who had suddenly appeared behind him, was the real killing blow. His heart slightly tightened. He did not expect Sun Shuor to actually have such a plan. However, Xiao Yang immediately released a cold snort from his nose. His body moved and dodged to the side without any hesitation. Even though he knew that he could not dodge, Xiao Yang's heart did not have the slightest bit of panic. Immediately, in the next moment, just as Sun Shuor's fist was about to land on Xiao Yang's head, a strange black light suddenly burst out from under Xiao Yang's sleeves and forcibly blocked Sun Shuor's fist. Bang! As the blow landed, Xiao Yang's body successfully dodged. Even though he seemed to be in a sorry state, fortunately, he did not suffer any injuries. Looking over in the blink of an eye, Sun Shuor's body and mind could not help but hurriedly take 100 steps back. Only then did his body shake and forcefully stabilize himself in the empty space. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw a small snake that was only half the length of an adult's arm. Its body was curled as it stood in the empty space in front of Xiao Yang. A pair of gem-like scarlet eyes were currently staring at Sun Shuor with killing intent. This was the narwhal snake. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 681. So it's you, you bastard. Sun Shuor let out a furious rebuke, filled with killing intent. Roar. The narwhal snake released a roar when it heard Sun Shuor's words. At the same time, its petite body suddenly twisted and returned to its original size in the blink of an eye. Humph, so what if you've returned to your original form? You're just a one-star dou di. In front of true strength, your body is just like an ant. The expression in Sun Shuor's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the narwhal snake had returned to its original form. Soon after, disdain surged onto his face. He was right. In the Yuanwu continent, everything was based on one's strength. In this place, one would not be afraid of others because of their size. Instead, one would only be afraid of one's strength. The strong preyed on the weak. Dou Qi and Genesis Qi were the true rules of this world. Oh, is that so? Since it's not your match, what if I join in? Xiao Yang smiled coldly. Sun Shuor's words were indeed undeniable. However, one should not forget that the narwhal snake was not the only one on Xiao Yang's side. Humph. Sun Shuor snorted coldly and did not give an accurate answer. Instead, he waved his large hand and the large blade in his hand immediately emitted a sharp sound of rushing wind. Seeing this, Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake exchanged a look. Immediately, they nodded in tacit understanding. In the next moment, they moved together and charged towards Sun Shuro. Humph! Die! Sun Shuro let out a disdainful snort when he saw this. His body moved and the large blade in his hand danced as he charged towards Xiao Yang. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, as the situation gradually developed, the remaining dozens of Do Di also joined in and fought over the Doqi inheritance. The battles in the two places slowly became increasingly intense with the flow of time. In the end, the Doqi inheritance was like a volleyball that was repeatedly being passed around above the heads of the elite Do Di. Each time an elite Do Di obtained it, more elite Do Di from the divine prefecture would join hands and attack him. This resulted in the current situation. As for Xiao Yang's side, although the combined might of Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake was not bad, Sun Shirogwa was indeed a 3-star Do Di. With his own powerful strength, he was able to suppress Xiao Yang and Sun Shirogwa for a short period of time. This caused Xiao Yang's heart to feel heavy. At the same time, King Jiang Bei once again took action. As expected, with the help of the Northern King, Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake joined hands. Additionally, there was the Northern King who had an undying body. No matter how Sun Shuro attacked, he would be blocked by Wang Qiangxing. Although the price he had to pay was quite heavy, it was fortunate that he had the frightening recovery ability of the Dark Black Thunderbolt. The injuries that the Northern King suffered would swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene caused Sun Shuro's expression to turn green. How could he have expected that this puppet with frightening strength in front of him would not only be unable to die, it actually possessed such a frightening recovery ability? How could he continue fighting such a monstrous opponent? He thought about Xiao Yang again. Could it be that this puppet and its master were made from the same mold? Each was more frightening than the other. However, even so, Xiao Yang had killed his son. No matter what, he would make Xiao Yang pay for this debt today. Of course, in the end, this was merely Sun Shuro's willful thinking. With the narwhal snake and the Northern King protecting him, in addition to Xiao Yang's strength that far exceeded his own level, it was impossible for Sun Shuro to defeat the three of them by himself. Bang! After a loud sound was emitted, the purple-gold body of the Northern King flew back uncontrollably. From the looks of it, it had clearly received another attack from Sun Shuro. However, Xiao Yang and the Northern King appeared to have become accustomed to this. The expression on their faces did not change even a little. Instead, the attacks from their hands became even sharper. Even Sun Shuro had no choice but to withdraw when he saw such an attack. TSK, Xiao Yang, this puppet of yours is really frightening. This kind of strange recovery ability. If there were a few more of you, I'm afraid that you would not even need to do anything. You would be able to exhaust this fellow to death. The narwhal snake could not help but smack its lips and laugh when it saw the dent on the surface of the Northern King's body that was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it swung its tail heavily and forced Sun Shuro's body back. After which, it looked at Xiao Yang. Hearing this, Xiao Yang helplessly shook his head. He laughed bitterly and said, "How could there be such a thing in this world? How can there be such a good thing in this world? You have underestimated this puppet. An ordinary puppet's strength can at the very most reach the Dozun class." The reason why the Northern King was able to advance to the Do Di class is not only because of the uniqueness of its body, but also because some inexplicable changes had occurred within its body. It is also because of these changes that its recovery speed far exceeds that of an ordinary puppet. Hearing these words, the narwhal snake appeared to have understood as it nodded its large head. Soon after, it turned its gaze and once again looked at Sun Shuro. At this moment, Sun Shuro had also widened his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yang and the narwhal snake opposite him. These two fellows in front of him had not only used a puppet to suppress his strength, but they were also chatting in front of him. It was as though they did not place him in their eyes at all. Damn it! Do you really think that I am unable to finish you off? Feeling furious in his heart, Sun Shuro immediately roared at the sky. After a long roar, the Do Chi within his body was like a yellow river that had burst a dam as it wildly surged out of his body. Even his aura, which had gradually become sluggish, swiftly recovered to its peak within a short moment. In the end, the aura of Sun Shoror's body was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Sun Shoror's strength had already reached the advanced 3-star Do Di class. He was only a short distance away from becoming a 4-star Do Di. Secret technique? The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. However, just as this thought had surfaced in Xiao Yang's heart, soon after, Sun Shoror's body moved. He left behind an afterimage on the spot as his body disappeared. An instant later, Xiao Yang's expression suddenly changed. The heavy Shen ruler in his hand was violently hacked forward without any hesitation. In the next instant, one could hear the clear sound of metal colliding. Sparks shot out and a sharp blade suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiao Yang. Soon after, Sun Shoror's body also slowly appeared. You are the first person in so many years to be able to force me to use the blood transformation skill. Sun Shoror's eyes were scarlet as he let out a ferocious cry. His body suddenly shook and a frightening Do Qi suddenly poured down from the large blade in front of Xiao Yang's rapidly changing expression. With just one attack, it sent Xiao Yang's body flying. Grug, little Yang's face suddenly turned red. Soon after, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did she raise her head. She saw that the narwhal snake had been violently stepped on by Sun Shoror. When the strength of a 3-star Do Di was completely unleashed, it was not something that a 1-star Do Di could match. At that moment, the North King, who had fully recovered from his injuries, appeared in front of Sun Shoror like a cannonball. He swung his huge fist and smashed it down heavily on Sun Shoror's head. Get lost. After the word get lost sounded, Sun Shoror was no longer dispirited this time around. Instead, he regained his domineering aura. His scarlet eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. After sending the Northern King flying with a single blade, Sun Shoror's Do Qi wildly surged and his evil aura soared. Sun Shoror's gaze turned and landed on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, hand over your life. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Sun Shoror's feet stomped on the narwhal snake's body fiercely. A huge force poured out and his body shot forward. The narwhal snake under his feet let out a mournful hiss in pain. Sun Shoror's figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the empty space and arrived in front of Xiao Yang. At this moment, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, and the narwhal snake, once again charged forward with all their might in an attempt to forcefully block Sun Shoror's figure. However, the man and the snake were once again sent flying by Sun Shoror. This time around, the Northern King had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Only the narwhal snake was left. It still tried its best to charge forward and block Sun Shoror for Xiao Yang. Bang! 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 The single-horned whale snake was violently sent flying again and again without any mercy. The qi on its body had become weak from its training. At this moment, Xiao Yang was also using all his strength to maneuver the Do Qi within his body and pour it into the heavy Shen ruler in his hand. With the pouring of Do Qi, the brilliant heavenly flame on the pitch-black heavy Shen ruler suddenly flourished. A terrifying aura with a powerful aura was gradually emitted from it. Seeing that the qi on the heavy Shen ruler in his hand was gradually becoming thicker, at this moment, Sun Shoror's body had arrived in front of Xiao Yang a step earlier. At the same time, behind him, a golden light shot forward once again. This time around, Sun Shoror did not even turn his head. With a flip of his hand, he sent the ball of golden light flying backward. Behind it, the narwhal snake charged forward once again. Faced with this sudden ball of golden light, the narwhal snake was just about to let out a hiss when the ball of light suddenly entered its body. At this moment, other than Sun Shoror, who did not care about the outside world, everyone present was staring at the narwhal snake in shock. Even the faces of the people from the three great clans were filled with shock.